Okay, we're live. And it looks like my microphone's working. I can actually share screen, which is really cool. I don't know if anyone is actually going to join my stream. We'll see what happens. I'm just going to stay on for 4 hours here, and I'm pretty committed to this, so I'm talking to myself right now. No one can hear me, but let's see. Oh. On a side note, even though I'm talking to myself and someone might look at the audio recording or the video recording, I actually have no like just setting all of this up is quite a bit of effort. And I don't think you guys realize this because I'm looking at my monitor right here. It's a widescreen. But this whole microphone setup it's very intrusive. Like I feel like I'm peering over this thing just to look at my screen. Maybe it's my bad posture, but that's how I feel. Yeah. So I don't know how people do this on a regular basis, but we're live. Yeah. Hopefully in 4 hours someone joins, and yeah, that would be cool. I'll be grateful. I guess it's just going to be me playing games for like 4 hours or something. Or I don't know. I don't know what we'll do. I can share screen. Okay, cool. So I figured out how to do that. You guys can peer onto my beautiful kitchen right over there. I have my coffee and my water set up. Oh, wow. I have someone that's on. It's probably one of my friends. Hi. I'm actually live, which is crazy. Hello. Welcome to the stream. I have no idea who you are, but it's probably someone that I've messaged. Maybe my sister. I don't know. Thanks so much for joining, though. I appreciate you taking the time. If you're a complete stranger or if you're one of my friends, thanks. If you have, the stream, live chat, all messages are visible. Potential spam. Okay. Sorry, I'm like really, this is my first time streaming, so I actually have no idea what I'm doing here. I'm just looking at some of these different options that they have for streaming. Participants. Oh, is it only me? Okay, weird. I don't think it would calculate only me. If you're on, or if there's someone actually there, you can type into the chat and I can respond. Should be, I have no idea if you're seeing this on mobile or not. Actually pretty oh, there's 2 people that joined. Crazy. Okay, now there's only 1 person. Someone left. That's funny. I actually have no idea to look up whether or not this is only me or if this is someone else. Participants. Yeah, I can't see anyone. Oh, there's 2 participants. Hi. Actually, I can't see any participants on my list here, which is weird. So I guess there's actually 2 people in my room. Welcome to the live stream. Aren't I supposed to get some announcements that people like joined the room? I actually don't know why I don't have that functionality. That's weird. Well, if anyone's out there, how's it going today? Hope all is well. Welcome to live chat. Is there spam chat? Interesting. Oh, there's two people here. Cool. Hey, welcome to the live stream. I'm your host, TRG, and this is my kitchen. Wonderful. Oh, there's actually three people here. Crazy. I guess like people in my WhatsApp actually came out to support me, and that's so nice of them. Welcome to the live stream, guys. I am your host, TRG. This is obviously my YouTube channel. This is my first time streaming. The point of this conversation, if there's actually anyone out listening there, is to have a safe space for men to kind of vent or ask any questions that they have and get my opinion on stuff or get people, the community help, because I just don't think that there is any safe spaces for men anymore, or very few safe spaces for men. Yeah, so that's where this kind of project came out of. So hopefully, I can create a stream where there's a community that people actually have a safe space to be able to do that. Men or women, but I mean, it's primarily directed at men. It's yeah. I don't know if you guys know this, but there's very few social systems, at least in the West, that help men with their problems. So, can you? I don't even know if you guys can hear me. Like, I think my mic volume is working. It tells me that here, anyways, based on feedback. But hopefully you guys can hear me. Maybe I should like stream something. I don't know. Share screen on something, so you guys aren't bored looking at just my face for like 4 hours. Hey, I won't say your real name because I have no idea who's here anonymously. But thanks for joining. I appreciate it. I actually don't know who else is in this room. I messaged a couple people to join, so thanks. If you have a question for me, the mortgage mate, I'm happy to discuss it. I'm excited too. Yeah. You might be the first or the second person that joined, so I'm grateful for the support. Thank you. I plan to do this at least for the next couple weeks. Hopefully, build up a community. I don't know what's going to happen, but yeah, it'll be fun. I'm ready to dedicate some time to this. How's your day going? Hopefully, well. Yeah, for sure. I think you're. Yeah, I think this topic is just so taboo to talk about in society, like where um, men's issues are almost like forgotten or put to the wayside a lot of times, which is pretty scary. If you think about it, because statistically, like they're actually one of the demographics that need the most help. And I think that's there's a lot of factors to that, right? Society's just conditioned to tell men like, well, suck it up, like be a man, be stronger, whatever, like quote unquote masculine um, like verb or adjective that you can throw at men. Um, but statistically, like a lot of men are like struggling deeply, right? Like if you ever follow Scott Galloway, he actually is a huge advocate for men's rights, as well as women's rights. Like I want to be clear about that. But he has a lot of conversations, like TED Talks and stuff like that, talking about a lot of the stats that he's been able to collect. And for those that aren't familiar with him, he's an NYU professor that talks about he talks about business marketing. I think that's actually the topic that he teaches. But he follows this stuff really closely. He's a father of two boys, by the way. So he himself is probably got a vested interest in seeing, men's rights supported equally as much as women. And I think that's a really good thing. Yeah. So hopefully we can start the conversation. That's the whole idea. Do you have a particular question, mortgage mate? Excuse me. Just gonna drink my coffee. Streaming's weird. Yeah. I feel like and I'm the only one here with you, and I feel like I'm in like a cage, like a zoo animal. Yeah. Um you guess what you want to know is sure. I'll wait for you to finish your thought. Sorry, while you're doing that, I'm just going to check my phone. Oh, I think my other buddy's here. Thanks for joining, but I don't see him. Um, so I think that a lot of that comes from, yeah, for sure. You need like a best friend or like someone that you can confide in, like maybe a cousin or like a brother or, someone, maybe even a father or father figure, someone that you're close enough to. I think men have just been conditioned to like bottle everything up inside and solve their own problems, right? Like whenever a man generally shows any kind of vulnerability, usually they're told not to show any vulnerability. So that's number one, which is kind of effed up in itself. But when they do show vulnerability, they're usually I don't see people being very compassionate or empathetic or sympathetic to them regarding that. It's usually like, well, you're a man, you should be able to solve your own problems. You by default are a man, like you should just figure it out. Like, I'm sure you've heard guys go into I don't know, boardrooms or any kind of discussion, and then the answer is always, "Well, fucking figure it out," right? Like you're a guy, fucking figure it out. But that's not constructive advice at all. Like that doesn't solve anything. Um, yeah, I would say that I think some of that is exacerbated, just because it's like just regarding. So the mortgage mate's question is: do you think it has gotten worse due to feminism? I think that's a tricky one, but I would say yes, just because I mean, there's many factors to this, but it's really common now, like commonplace to uh, belittle men, if you will. Like it's you've probably heard it growing up. Maybe one of your girlfriends has said, "Oh, all men are scum. I hate all men. All men are the worst. All men are cheaters." Right, and that's like just super common rhetoric that I've certainly heard, like when I was growing up in high school, whatever, university. Um, and nothing's policed about that. Like if you reverse that token and I said something about women, for example, or one of you guys, if you're guys in this room, I have no idea, said something regarding women or even went online to be able to do that, man, you would be fucking crucified like instantly, you know? So it's a complete double standard in terms of that. Like it's really, really common to um say, I think, negative things about men, but also blame them for a lot of things that I don't even know, like, if they were at fault for some of these issues, right? Like world wars, for example. Like, is that really the guilt of every man, like on the planet? No, I don't think so, right? Like, I mean, logic just dictates that that's not the case. So, yeah, it's I think having a safe space for people to talk anonymously is hopefully a good thing and a step in the right direction. That's I think part of the goal of this stream, and I, I'll keep it up as long as people find value with it. I think that's the most important thing is if people find value with uh, with the discussions that go on here. Yeah, I don't know if that gives you some insight or any kind of changes your views about anything. Yeah, there's a study. I should really look this up before I like cite things, but there was a study where they actually, yeah, brotherhood is important and some of those things, it's I've I've heard this before, I can't tell my girlfriend, I can't tell my wife. Like to me that's excuse me. To me that's like a really sad thing, to be honest with you, when I hear stuff like that, because the one person that you should be able to trust and confide in is like your spouse, right? Like this is the person you share a bed with, share a life with, share a accommodation with, share a bank account with. Like if you can't fully trust that person, who can you trust? But I think it goes beyond trust in some senses. Like our our innate DNA, I think, dictates that if we're men in a relationship, we are supposed to be steadfast. Like we're supposed to be strong, we're supposed to be providers, we're supposed to be protectors, we're supposed to be leaders. Um, and that's hard to do. Like that's like 24/7, like 7 days a week without faltering or having any kind of uh, I don't know, hiccups. Everyone has bad days, right? And that's really, really tough. So yeah, discussing mental health problems with a spouse. There was a study. I need to look up the details about it. They were talking to women about attraction and talking about vulnerability, right? So I think it's quite commonplace for women to want men to be vulnerable, want men to be like, yeah, I wish he would like talk to me more about these things. I wish he would like feel more about these things and open up to me and stuff like that. And they pulled like a bunch of women after I guess their spouses or the husbands opened up to them about something, and they were kind of like getting them to do kind of like a survey to see like what their attraction level was, and they didn't realize, like, they couldn't put two and two together. But after their husbands or their partners actually became vulnerable with them, they automatically lost attraction for that person. To which degree, I don't know, right? And you guys can look up the study, and I probably should as well. But um, is that every single female out there? No, I don't think so. But I think that goes in line with what I've personally seen, like in terms of how females react to certain things. And I guess the vulnerability can be almost seen as a sign of weakness. Why do you think it's still so hard for many men to admit that they're struggling? I just don't think that we, like, as a society, we actually give a safe space for men to admit that they have any kind of struggles. Uh, like anytime anytime I see anything online where a man says like, I'm oh, it's rough out here, or I'm having like a really really off day, like the comment section just gets filled with, yeah, but it's a man's world, so you're ahead anyways. Right? Like you're good, right? Like we don't need to help you, or just be tougher, right? Like you can figure it out because you're a guy, you're a man. um yeah, they're afraid of coming off looking weak, and they're supposed to portray a sense of masculinity or leadership or strength, right, at all times. That's like a really really difficult thing to like constantly keep up, even with like someone that's like super super alpha and accomplished and everything like that. Yeah, I and everyone has it because we're all human beings. Like that's the truth at the end of the day. Like we all have dark thoughts. We all have, things we're not super proud of. And if you if you constantly are not able to express any of that stuff, like how do you think that those things are going to manifest at the end of the day? Probably pretty poorly, right? Like if you think about it. Um Yeah, for sure. And that comes from a certain place. It could come from like family, like negative family things. Like definitely that's happened to me in my past. Could happen from society. Could happen from a spouse or a partner, just like not being supportive, who are actually willing to express how they feel, but instead of being supported, they get labeled or judged, sometimes even called. Yeah, exactly. So I think that's probably less common now than back, just for being open. It's sad how expressing emotions. So, yeah, for sure. And back when I was in high school, that was like super common. Like before, there was like a lot of LGBTQ kind of rights and everything like that. And when gay, I guess, Pride Parade and gay pride was still coming up, like it was a very commonplace that anytime you showed any type of emotion, if you shed a tear over something, even if it was like really, um, I don't know, something that was really touching to you or whatever, right? You would be called gay or a fag. Pardon anyone that's in this room that is gay, but people call each other a fag or something like that. Like, why are you crying? Like, um, so those kind of emotions aren't encouraged at all. There's a Harvard trained therapist. His name is Healthy Gamer GG. He's actually pretty popular on YouTube. He has about 3 or 4 million followers, and he talked a lot about this. He said men are conditioned actually to output emotions by anger. And the reason why is because we're scolded every single time that we display any other kind of emotion. So if we cry, if we have despair or fear or anything like that, it's always like, suck it up, suck it up, suck it up. So the only emotion that we're allowed to really display is being angry. And well, what do you think is going to happen anytime that, I don't know, someone breaks up with us, or we get rejected, or we're sad about something or whatever? We're going to retreat to being angry like 24/7, 7 days a week, right? So I think that's obviously a scary place, right? To be, not only for ourselves but like the people that are around us. So I think that's like a really big thing as well. We don't accept male vulnerability at all in society, and males are, and I think expanding on top of that, Alana Del Rey, men are often judged on like a hierarchy, if you will, right? So if you achieve status, if you have money, if you got your finances in order, if you're good looking, if you're buff, like you're always kind of like judged on this like totem pole of alphas. If you're like a high status man, so to speak. But like a lot of those things that I think we're judged by aren't necessarily like, are you a kind person? Are you good to your family? Are you patient? Are you, generous? At least it's not weighted as equally. Yeah, it seems like you have a nice car, you bought an apartment, you have a 401k or whatever, right? Like you have a really high paying job. Those things seem to far outweigh any other personality benefits that you might have. Like that's a bonus if you have those things, but it's never really like the featured premier characteristic. And that's like that's pretty hard to, number one, to be able to achieve, but also if you're judged by just those types of things, it becomes like very reductionist because you're only told that your worth is equated to pretty much like materialistic things, right? Or a lot of materialistic things. Like, what do you bring to the table in terms of financial support? And if you cannot fulfill those things, then how useful are you in society, right? Like, what good are you? Like, what do you actually contribute? Which I don't think is fair at all. But yeah, it's, I think you make a really good point that a lot of people are labeled as weak or gay or fags or whatever, at least back in the day when I was growing up. It's probably less prevalent now, but it's always seemed to be the case for a very, very long time. Yeah. And it still holds true today, you know. Yeah, that's why I see there's just a lot of negative rhetoric out there. Yeah. These are great questions. Keep it coming, guys. Please. So I have topics to talk about. um yeah, I think one of the most alarming things that I've seen, because I used to raise money for charities, and some of you guys know this, I think, um, is the male statistics around suicide, at least in Canada where I am, and I think this is actually even exacerbated even more around the world, not just Canada. Like males commit suicide between like I think 400% more than females, and the prime age, as far as I know, is like I think it's between 25 to 45. So I'm actually within that range. Um, but it's really horrible statistics. Like you can imagine. Like I still feel like I'm in the prime of my life, even though I'm in my early 40s, and I can't really imagine going down that path. That's a really dark topic. Um, Actually, I don't know if I. I think this video might get demonetized because I said the S word. Um, yeah, I should replace this with something else. But anyways, whatever. But you guys know what I mean. I think it's a really, really dark reality of a lot of men dealing with mental illness. Like, what is the? I'm just gonna look this up really quick. Uh, yeah, 4,500 deaths annually, around 12 people daily in Canada alone. We don't have a big population as well. Higher rates, 15 to 34 is the prime age range, I believe. Being a significant concern, First Nations. Yeah. Which is really scary, actually. 3 to 4 times. I think these are old statistics. Are 2023. I think it's actually grown to 4 times. And if you see a graph, it grows kind of like steadily every year. It actually doesn't go down. So anything that we're doing right now is not combating it whatsoever. It's actually getting worse, which is terrible. Um, any males or females, dark thoughts should be supported 1,000%. Yeah. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. I hopefully this is helpful to someone. someone out there. But I'm grateful for you guys listening to me blabber for a little while. We're reading 2023. I'm just reading some stats here. I probably should share my screen so that you guys can see this and we can all participate together. Let me open this. Can I share a window? Yeah, these are some suicide statistics, or sorry, self-deletion statistics on Google. I actually don't even know if I can show this. Maybe it won't. It'll be de-algorithmed as a result, but yeah, you can see. Quite sad. Oh, how do I stop sharing screen for a second? There we go. What is your question? Let's hear. Can you tell us why you got disgusted with this topic? Yeah, I mean, I think some of the stuff I've definitely lived through personally. Just growing up, it's been up and down. There's things that I've been very, very fortunate for, and I'm not going to, throw a pity party here and say my life is, in the gutter and a crap. But I've certainly failed at a lot of things in life and succeeded at a couple of things. So I think I speak from experience when I tell you that sometimes the male experience is a pretty lonely road, and a pretty judged road, unfairly so as well. I also, for some people that know me, I have a sister, and I do, not to compare apples to oranges, but I do see that someone that has, a similar upbringing to me, similar economic advantages, if you will, and language advantages and whatever. We've grown up in very, very different paths. And she's been given a lot of, shall we say, privileges, if you will, just being someone of the opposite sex. So, I think I screwed this up for a second. Hold on. Damn. Oop. It's because of my widescreen. Whoops. Sorry, guys. Oh. Can I? No, that doesn't work. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so I mean, some of it's like family stuff for sure. Some of my own experiences, but I do see like a lot of people in my life, for example, like men, other like friends and family members and all that kind of stuff, really struggle with a lot of things and have no outlets to really talk to anyone about. So that's part of the reason why I decided to do this live stream. Whether that or not that's going to carry over to YouTube content, I have no idea. I guess it really depends on how you all feel about this content, and if you're supportive of it. But yeah, I think that those are the main reasons why. I also, just statistically, there's just not a lot of support for male stuff. I remember I was watching a TED Talk a couple years ago. It was actually by a female that used to be a former feminist. And she was basically talking, she was doing a documentary on the male movement. And it's actually a really good YouTube video where she talks about a lot of these stats. But at that time, when she was interviewing a lot of people in the male movement, she actually came into the documentary trying to be very kind of aggressive. Like, so if she sat down with like the vice president of the male movement in America, she'd be like, the person, the vice president might say, well, did you know that X stat equals Y or whatever? And she would try to one up him constantly and be combative and say like, well, did you know like women suffer from this, and that? And his point was like, I'm not trying to dismiss women's problems, right? Those are valid and they should be supported. It's just, where is the help for men, right? Like there was one of the statistics was super alarming. She was mentioning that there are 1,200 plus women's shelters all over America, but there's only one male shelter, which is like kind of wild if you think about it. Um, and you hear countless stories of men facing assault or sexual assault or whatever, and they go into police stations and they just get laughed at. They literally get laughed at by like cops. Like they won't even take them seriously on any of those kind of charges, which is crazy if you think about it. Like you're reporting a crime, you have evidence or potential evidence, and you're reporting it, and you're like people are not believing you. Like the people that are actually supposed to do their jobs to take down the information are believing you. It's crazy. Yep. Any other thoughts? What other topics do I have to bring to you guys today? Yeah, the male epidemic. Isolated, lack deep and meaningful connections. Sure, yeah. I'm just reading some stats here. I think you could do a lot of YouTube content and maybe a podcast. Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, like, I have no doubt that there's audience for this, and it's less about that and more so about really helping people out or helping people that don't have anywhere to turn to for help. But yeah, I mean, like, there's some crazy stats. Like, I think Scott Galloway was talking about it, where like men under 21 or 22 say like they've never approached a woman before or never been on a date. Something wild like that. Like they've never even like gone up to, besides family members, like they've never gone up to a woman to like talk to her in like a romantic fashion. Like, hey, I think you're beautiful. Do you want to go out for coffee or something like that? Like, so I think there's a the world is facing a repopulation issue, which is a whole other deeper conversation. Well, we have like 3.5 hours, so I guess we can talk about it. But yeah, it's just crazy how we've gotten to a place with social media being so prevalent in the last 10 years, I want to say, where we don't even really talk to each other anymore. Like we're more focused on social than actually like communicating as human beings. And then we've gone even more backwards where we don't even have relationships anymore, right? Like romantic relationships. Like there was I think it was like under, let me try to find this stat for you guys. Males aren't dating. Financial pressure through the rejection. Some stats on this. Yeah, it was on the New York Times, which I have to take a grain of salt with in terms of their reporting. But there was a stat. I'll try to find it for you guys. Yeah, I think like something like 30% of men under like the age of 25 or 27 like have never been in any kind of romantic relationship, or do not plan to even seek out. Like it's not their intention, their motivations. Like it's not top of mind at all. Any kind of romantic relationship. Yeah, nearly half of young boys aren't dating. American Institute for Boys and Men. Okay. This is interesting. Gen Z men are dating less during their teen years. Percentage of American men who say they had a girlfriend or boyfriend during most of the time during most of my teen years. Not at all. Yeah. So let me like show you guys this stat. What kind of support do you think men actually need but rarely ask for? I think emotional support for sure, Lana Del Rey. Like I think that's probably like the biggest thing. I'll get to that in 2 seconds, but let me just show you guys this stat so that we can kind of go together. So hopefully you see my screen and you see this like graph, right? So this is what they're talking about. Like we're concentrating on this gray part where it says none at all, right? So this is baby boomers. This is my parents' age. This is the generation that is after them. So these people are, I think, in their 50s now or 60s roughly. This is my generation. So I'm at the tail end of millennials, if I'm doing my math correctly. And you can see like our not at all is 32, which means that we've actually probably dated. And then this is massive right here, right? Like you can see just in this, this is Generation Z, I think is up to 27, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's like 27 and younger, but someone can correct me if I'm wrong. Like what is Gen Z age range? 13 to 28, sorry. So I was pretty close, I guess. 27 and under. Yeah, 13 to 28. But anyways, like you can see, this is super alarming, right? It's like 20 to 23, that's not much of a change. This is a jump, 23 to 32. I guess it's still reasonably manageable. So during some of my teen years, this was 44 that they had, that my generation had some kind of relationship. And if you add this as well, then this whole thing is 66% reported, right? But now this is almost 50%, right? Like you can see this, right? Like this is 54 here. Yeah. So there's something totally wrong with this number if it's going in this direction. Let me just stop sharing for a second. What kind of support do you think millennials need? What kind of support do you think men actually? Let me ask that question. Oh, sorry. You couldn't. Let me zoom in again and share my screen. I apologize. Let me just go back to there. I don't know actually how to. Sorry, I think I need to get an overlay where I can have a floating chat, but let me just zoom in so you can all see this stat. Hopefully you see this. I'm on a wide screen here. Hopefully you can see that. Yeah. So this is what I'm talking about right here, right? And this is from the American Institute for Boys and Men. And this has been tracked for many years by many different like social scientists and whatever to like track how, people are procreating or not procreating or what's happening in men and women, what's happening to dating. You can see this even in like, and there's a whole bunch of factors to this, but you can read about this on like for CEOs for dating apps like Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, stuff like that. They're seeing this kind of stuff too, and that's their business. Like they're trying to they're invested in this to make sure that people pair up, right? Like that's the whole goal of a dating app, or at least the hope that if you get on a dating app that you can meet someone. But these boys essentially right here are totally checking out, right? Like they're just not even thinking that I don't have a chance, or like I'm just not interested, like I'm not even going to go down that road, right? So okay, hopefully you guys can see this, but let me just go back to here. So the next question was, what kind of support do you think men actually need but rarely ask for? Emotional support. So I think this is like a really big thing for sure. Male role models in their lives. I think that that's a huge thing as well. That's not like that just doesn't happen. Unfortunately, you can track statistics of single motherhood. I have nothing against single moms. Please don't get me wrong. There's a whole bunch of circumstances why someone has to raise a kid in a single household. But they're not always solid reasons, and there's a lot of stats to track why when single women are raising boys, they're just statistically going to usually do worse. So they're more prone to dropping out of school. They're more prone to some kind of violence. They're more prone to join gangs. They're more prone to do a lot of like things like negative things within society. So I think the first thing, or one of the first things that needs to be in place, is like a positive male role model in that person's life in order for them to like grow up understanding, you know, how to treat someone of the opposite sex. Yeah, so I think that's something for sure. um, what kind of support do you think millennials need? Do you think millennial men require high needs? I think the situation has gotten even more complex than any time that when I was growing up. You know, it was like super common in high school, you know, to just go over to, I don't know, a female's house, right, and have female friends and go to like a party, you know, that didn't necessarily require alcohol. You know, people are engaged on phones more than ever. And I guess there's good things about that, and then there's like super negative things about that, about the amount of dopamine that comes out of the validation of being on a phone. Not to mention the fact that like there's a bunch of people that you see on Instagram that are living a total facade of who they are as actual people. Um, and you kind of see that play out in the real world where people are living behind their screens, but they're not actually able to develop the skills and the tools to talk to people, right? Like one on one, actually have a conversation with people. How do I know this, anyways? Is, you know, in some of my previous roles in employment, I had to interview tons of people. Sometimes when I interview people, like just even over Zoom and stuff like that, when they were younger, they couldn't even look me in the face, like look at the camera to look me in the face to engage with me, right? So is this everyone? No, but I think that there needs to be classes. I know it sounds silly, but there probably needs to be classes on how to do any kind of like social training. Like I think that's like important. Yeah. Yeah, Joseph, hopefully that answers your question. I don't know if it does, but I think that's something that really needs to be looked into. Yeah, even in like high school, because people are getting access to this stuff like really early in life, right? Like there's kids that have you know, iPhones, iPads like in elementary school. You know, I got my first cell phone when I was in grade 6, so when I was 12, I want to say. Yeah, I got like an IKEA phone, or sorry, not IKEA phone, Nokia, not IKEA, Nokia. And I was lucky, and I got a pager before that. But phones back then, when I was growing up, didn't have the functionality that we have now, right? Where you could do everything on your phone. Um, Maybe different emotional needs compared to previous generations. Yeah, so I think that that's really true. How we deal with problems when I was growing up is going to be very different from the problems and the challenges that Gen Z is facing, not not maybe facing. Like the Gen Z generation is growing up in a generation not only bombarded by social media, but the changes in the environment are happening so rapidly that it's like so difficult to keep up with, right? Like stuff like AI. So AI is basically infiltrating every single part of our lives, and companies are making sure that this happens. How do we even keep up with that, right? Like, um, and it's tough because I'm speaking specifically, I guess, for men. You know, we were talking earlier, Joseph. I don't think you were here, but kind of how men are evaluated within society, right? And it's a lot of like, you know, do you earn X amount of money? Do you have X amount of status? Do you have, you know, Y amount of whatever? and it's a lot of materialistic things. And so when Gen Zs go out into the workforce, you see it now with the ability to get jobs and stuff like that. The market has completely plummeted. And so if you can't fulfill those check boxes, which society kind of grades you on, then how are you going to feel about yourself? Right. And what are you going to be able to do? So, yeah, I think that's always a tough pill to swallow for sure. Oh, my alarm. Yeah. Joseph, are you a millennial? Are you in that age range? I think so your question is, does having more money differ attracting more women in each generation? I think well, some of this I think is a stereotype, but I believe that this is probably more prominent when you are younger, like in your 20s and maybe like 30 to mid 30s. And then priorities probably change when you're 35 and above. And that's not to say that some broke guy can just go up to a girl and be like, I'm broke. Why don't you go on a date with me? Um, but I do think that the priorities of both people change, not just a male, but also a female in what they're looking for. Like the weight of what you put in terms of attraction to certain characteristics changes, right? So someone that's probably my age, I'm 41, by the way. So someone that's probably my age is probably looking for someone that is consistent, stable, you know, going to be true to their word, kind to them. That's not to say that someone that's younger isn't looking for those things, but I do find that people that I've dated in my early 20s is very different or quite different than people that I've dated now or even the last couple of years. And maybe people that have found me attractive in the last couple of years is different from the people like before, right? So I think the weight on the validation of things has changed. Yep. So I think the mortgage mate really hit it on the head. So typically, when you see like females when it's called hypergamy. So again, this is generalization. So I hope I'm not offending anyone, but generally speaking, when most women are looking for a mate or a partner or a boyfriend or whatever, they're always going to be dating up. So never the same level, never below, but up in terms of status, resources, whatever, support, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Men, we typically date equal or down. To be frank with you, right? So someone that might earn the same as us or even below is totally okay with us, because what we value within a partner is usually different from what a female might value within a partner. Right or wrong, but that's kind of been my experience with things. Yeah. Hopefully that I don't know if that answers your question, Joseph. You can, I mean, since you're in the age group, you can keep asking. Like I can try to help you fill in some blanks. But yeah, I don't know how many historically women date up. Yeah, and the other thing, mortgage mate, that I think is probably important for people to note, and Joseph, maybe important for you to note, is like dating app statistics actually show this to be very much the truth. Um, based on the theory of hypergamy, right? So if you look at a graph and how many men, like if I can even pull up a dating graph for you, let me just see here. Um, dating app graph. It's like essentially the top 20% of men, which is actually shrunk into the top 10% of men, get 80% of the matches. So let me see if I can find it here for you. Dating app graph. There's been a bunch of social experiments that have actually shown this to be the case. So the reason why that's kind of messed up is because you have 80% of like if you look at a dating pie, right? You have I always like don't talk into the camera because my screen is here, but my camera's here. So if you have like 80% of the women in a dating graph are essentially going after 10% of the men. So 10% of the women are or 10% of the men are dating all the women. And then the rest of the 90% of the guys are dating no one. And statistically it shows that to be the case. Like they won't get a match, or they'll get a match. They'll get like 6 matches in like a month kind of thing. And like 5 of those people will ghost and not show up. Right. So like to a date. So you can see like it's tough. I'd highly recommend that you don't get on dating apps. My experience has been really, really mixed and often kind of negative. So I probably recommend that you don't do that. It's just, I don't think it helps at all. I really don't. Yeah. I think it actually destroys confidence a lot of the times. So I would recommend that you don't do that. Things that I guess I could recommend that I need to take my own advice for is probably to join like society community groups. Like if you, I don't know if you're religious, I'm not sure if you're religious or if you have a particular hobby. That's something that you should probably explore. Or even if you don't have a hobby, you can like join a group to meet more people. And it's not necessarily for, so I I need to be really, really careful with this advice now because I have a huge pet peeve in meeting, like I've met so many sleazy guys that just go to like Sunday mass like to hit on women, and like that's totally not the reason why you should be going to church, like at all. But yeah, so I want to be careful about that. Like it's not a breeding ground for you to like go and just like hit on a bunch of women. That's not the intention. But I think that it is a place that you can meet new people. And if you meet new people, whether they are men or women, they might have other friends where you can get to know more people. And then who knows from there what happens. Historically, women only date up. I agree. It can eat away at self worth. Yeah, for sure. I saw. Yeah, I mean, like it's. I think that's a lost art, to be honest with you, the merge mate, and it's a really difficult thing as well. Like to tell people, like a lot of. I think a lot of women are not going to. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that's great. And the experience of dating apps have really changed in the last 10 years. Yeah, I've seen it myself because I participated in it, and I've kind of seen it just deteriorate over time. And I have friends that have met their, significant other on Plenty of Fish, for example, or Tinder, for example, or just been in like, and they're still together, by the way. And even the people that aren't together anymore, like they had a really good relationship with someone, like a really positive relationship with someone that they've met on a dating app. So I do believe, like quote unquote, back in the day, it was a very useful tool to connect people for a genuine purpose, right? So that's where we kind of get into the weed of things of like, why are people on these dating apps? And I think that it's become more prevalent than ever for people to be on dating apps for hooking up. And to each his own, I suppose, on whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. Personally, I think that's kind of a bad thing for society. Yeah, I think like just being completely promiscuous just doesn't do anyone any kind of favors. Yeah, I have my my sister's friend is going through something right now. I won't say her name, obviously, in stream, but it's yeah, it's not a good place that she's in, and she's basically trying to get someone to commit that's never going to commit to her, um, and she's kind of finding out the hard way right now. So yeah, yeah. Um, what else should we talk about? So I do think that one thing that's important. I don't even know if I think Joseph's not here anymore, but if he is, um, I think one thing that's probably important for millennial men is like to really concentrate on themselves for themselves, not necessarily for getting women or being more attractive to the opposite sex, but working on themselves to just be better versions of themselves. Because at the end of the day, even if you don't end up with anyone, at least you can say that you've accomplished something and you've gained something out of that, which I think is huge. Um, yeah. So I think that's like probably really, really important, right? Like, I know that there was times where I wasted my 20s, when I probably could have been way more hyper focused. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I think gym is really big. Like that's something that I need to take a page out of, your book or other people's books for sure. Um, so I think getting your body right is just going to make you feel a lot more confident about yourself walking into a room. Like clothes are just going to hang off of your body a little bit better. You're going to be seen differently. Not that that's, you're doing it for validation, but honestly, just like being more physically fit, you're going to feel like you have more energy. You're going to feel better about a lot of things. And I think that's super, super important. Um, Working with your hands, like, I've never been handy in my life, but over the last couple of years I've been forced to be that, I guess, with some of the things around my apartment, like building a table or something like that. You'd be surprised how much things you can figure out how to do yourself. Like, I think one common characteristic that, maybe most of my exes or people that I've dated that have appreciated out of me is like I've at least trained myself on how to cook at a pretty decent level. Like I would say that that's, I mean, I find it fun. It's just one of my hobbies. And it's almost become a necessity now because I don't know a lot of women in North America that actually know how to cook, to be honest with you. Most of the ones that I meet do not know how to cook whatsoever, or have no intention of cooking. Not that I'm saying that, women belong in the kitchen or something like that. Please don't misunderstand me. But yeah, that's having that as an advantage. I think that's super important. So gaining more skills like cooking is something that's relevant. um, and then what else? Like also traveling. I think that's a really, really big thing too. Just because your dating experiences has been maybe maligned by your experiences here in North America, doesn't mean that you can't find something really solid somewhere else, right? Like you could find other people in other places that are going to change your worldview, and you're going to change theirs as well. Thanks. I appreciate you tuning in. Thanks so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. If you have time to tune in, you can again. I'll be here for another 3 hours, like I promised. So yeah, and I'll be here tomorrow, by the way, for whoever's listening. So and I'm dedicated to doing this Monday to Thursday, same time. Yeah, I don't know who else is here. Maybe someone else is here. Hopefully, if you are, don't be shy. Right in. Sir. Sorry, I'm just looking at messages, whoever's online here. My friend just wrote to me and he said he's having trouble sleeping, so I recommended some earplugs. He said he ordered some pretty expensive ones. They were like $15 or $18, which is actually really expensive because they're supposed to be only like little rubber stumps, right? That you just put in your ear. Usually that they're like 99 cents. At least this is the ones that I found. But he said that they were not good. They actually irritated his ear a lot, but he put on headphones, which worked. Good sleep is another thing. What's good advice to give out to anyone in their late 20s? Yeah, don't be afraid to fail. That's one thing. You're probably, if you're in your late 20s and you're asking me this question, like just in general, I think that you might be lost in life, or you might feel like you're being lost, like you're kind of lost in life, and you need to um, like catch up, so to speak, or accelerate your life. Like, please understand that timelines in life happen to people for different reasons, and comparing yourself to other people is never the solution. It's actually super toxic to be able to do that, and I used to do that all the time, and sometimes I still do, but it's like really really dangerous for you to constantly do that. So don't compare yourself to other people around you, right? You have a super successful friend, you're like, oh, I wish I was like in that circumstance, or I wish I, how come I'm not there, or whatever. It's like, as long as you're working hard and you're doing the right things, I think you will get there. You'll just get there in a different timeline than that person. So I think that's one thing. Not to put too much like pressure on yourself to like just succeed or play catch up. I think that's definitely a thing. Another thing would be maybe date with intention. So I think that's probably important in your late 20s. And that's not to say that you should talk about marriage on your first date, because that's definitely happened to me before. But I think it's important that you're very honest with yourself about what your goals are in dating, and so is the person that you're dating, right? And you it's okay to have a casual first or second or third date, but I think by that point you should have a conversation about where this might be leading, or you might be wasting your time. It's not so much that you should go into every date and have a checklist and be like, okay, well, check, check. Oh, you're not tall enough. You don't fit in. Okay, I'm just going to eliminate you. I don't think that that's a very good activity to do. I also think that, I think like myself, sometimes I'm nervous and shy on a first date, and then I open up on a second date. So if people judged me by their first date experience, they'd probably always reject me. And I'm sure a lot of other people are like that. So I don't think that that's a good idea as well. But I do think like there should be some kind of plan in place. Yeah. Especially if you're like angling towards marriage or having kids or whatever, like dating with intention, I think is pretty important. Um, Go live life. It's one thing that I think I can be pretty proud of doing throughout my entire life, like exploring opportunities, going to venture into other countries. And I'm fortunate enough to do this. So, I understand that I'm in a very fortuitous position to be able to do this, and not everyone is. But I do think it's important that you try to live your life as much as you can. Yeah. Yeah. Um, you don't have to go crazy and go bungee jumping and skydiving tomorrow, but having living life with intent and trying some new things, even things that make you feel a little bit uncomfortable at times, you can actually discover quite a few unique things about yourself, which is really cool. So yeah, I mean, those are some of my recommendations. There's probably a lot more advice that I can think of, but I just can't really think of it at the time. Start an investment portfolio, even if it's like a really small amount, like a dollar, a week or a dollar a month or something like that. You'd be surprised what compound interest can do for you, especially if you put it into a very low risk ETF or index fund. This is something that I didn't do as well as I could have when I was earlier in my youth. And I probably should have, because if I did that, I probably would be in a different economic position today, like possibly retired, to be honest with you. So, doing that just opens up options for yourself if you're financially able to put away that money. And don't think that you need like billions and millions of dollars to be able to start investing. That's not true whatsoever. That's actually the furthest thing from the truth. And you have billionaires that came from nothing to show you that that's not true. Yeah. What else? What other advice can I give you in their 20s? So I think you need to think about, and this is advice for myself as well, for millennials. Um, I think that you need to start looking at work as non-traditional, because the fact remains that if you do only have a sole income stream, you're probably not going to be able to live the life that you want to live, just based on where the economy is going and how wage growth is stagnating and layoffs are happening. Like, even if you have a really good paying job, that could go up in smoke at any time. It's actually going up in smoke right now. That's why you see, FedEx fired 10,000 people, Dell fired 5,000 people, Amazon fired, 100,000, employees. You see all these big tech firms get lay off people. And you know who they lay off? They lay off the expensive senior executives, right? Because those people are expensive. We can hire 3 people to replace that one person, or we can hire AI to be able to do that. So even if you love your job, I would say like developing side hustles and side businesses are really important to hedge against risk. This is something that I wish I did more, more so in my early, my mid or late 20s, because I think I would be farther ahead now. But it's something that I've definitely kind of done in my last couple of years. So, um, yeah, I think that's really important to develop like multiple income streams so that if one thing fails, then you didn't put all your eggs in one basket. Yeah, it's, I don't know how it is where you live, but back in the day, people would work at General Motors, or they would work at one job for years and years and years, right? Like that's exactly what they would do. And they would have this thing called a pension, which is basically like the government's retirement fund, or sorry, the company's retirement fund, right? So every year, part of my paycheck goes towards this pension fund, and maybe the company matches that pension fund. And then when I retire, I get a pension until I die, basically, right? So I get my salary, or 80% of my salary, for however many years or until I pass away. And that was your retirement fund. So that was the incentive to be quote unquote loyal towards that particular company. But, pensions haven't existed for the last, I don't know, 20 years or something like that. Most of them have gone into up into smoke, except maybe some sectors, like public sectors within government still. So, yeah, that's just not a plan that you can depend on if you're in North America for most people. Yeah. And even then, like, pensions aren't bulletproof. I was watching, it's super sad. Like, I was watching a Vietnam veteran. He's like 90 years old. He was on YouTube the other day. It was really, really sad, but I'm really glad that a content creator actually went to go talk to him. So he worked at Walmart, he worked at Walmart from at the age of 89 or 88, I can't remember. And he was retired from the army, obviously, by that age. And he had to work there for 8 hours a day. At age 88, he couldn't retire because number one, he worked for General Motors after he got drafted and served in the Vietnam War. And when he got out of the army, he started to work for General Motors. And General Motors, what was it, 97 or 2000s? I can't remember what year. Anyways, they had the government bailout, and all the pensions vanished. They they got bailed out by the government, but all the pensions vanished. So he didn't really have a dime to his name, and his wife passed away. I don't know, like 5 years ago. I think she had. I can't remember what she had, but he had to sell everything to basically pay for her hospital bills. So he probably had, I don't know, $10,000 in his bank account at the end of her life, maybe less. And so he had to work at Walmart, for the rest of his days. And luckily for him, there was an Aussie content creator that was recommended by a bunch of his fans to go visit him at his Walmart. Yeah. And he interviewed him. He asked him his story and blah, blah, blah. And he started crying on camera. Anyways, they raised about 1.7 million on their Kickstarter last I checked. And then I think he was issued a check like 2 weeks ago. Like they did a live event and issued him a check. Anyways, he was able to pay for his mortgage, which was great, and he has more than enough money to actually enjoy his days and retire, which I'm really happy for him that he got to be able to do that. But there's a lot of people that are stuck in that situation that don't have that privilege. And the fact that I'm using the word privilege, I know I'm going a huge rant here away from this topic, but the fact that I'm using the word privilege for what I would think is kind of like a basic standard of living is just wild. Like, this particular person's not asking for a huge or high level standard of living. They're asking to just enjoy a little bit of their life, maybe go on a nice vacation sometime and not have to worry about too many bills. They're just asking for basic dignity. That's all. And then that's become a luxury in today's society. So I hope for anyone else that's listening out there, please don't find yourself in that circumstance. Like, try to save early, save often, use compounding to your advantage. It's going to really help you later on in your life. Yeah. It's good advice to give. Yeah. So my advice is for you to invest. Invest wisely. Yeah. Please don't gamble on penny stocks or crypto. Oh, do we have anyone else joining the room? Was Alana Del Rey, are you still there? Was Joseph your friend, by the way? I don't know if Joseph was your friend. Or I don't know if you're still there. The fact that I actually had a couple people in this live was I'm grateful for. I did not expect that at all. What else to discuss? If you're still there, it'd be great to hear a female's perspective about things. Because I'm only speaking from a male's perspective, obviously. So it's going to be different. but we'll still be here for another 2.5 hours. So let's buckle up and have fun. Yeah. See if anyone else joins. Or maybe it's only me. If anyone's still here, welcome. Feel free to ask any questions that you have. Or tell me a story. Tell me about your situation, and I'll be happy to try to answer any questions that'll help you. One thing that I was going to ask. Sorry, let me just type you a message. Oh, yeah, I can definitely see your messages. I just try to make sure that I try to be conscious of making private conversations private and public conversation public, because obviously, out of privacy reasons. Yeah, that's really about it. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure most of the people. I actually don't know if Joseph was your friend or not, but I'm pretty sure most of the people that joined were probably people that that I sent an invitation to. Yeah, so I think Reddit is going to be a huge source of people, hopefully, over time. Yeah, just have to be. I think I just need to be consistent with this. Yeah, just every day be available, and then see who comes. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, part of the reason why I don't know if I should share it on LinkedIn, just my own LinkedIn, just because. I mean, I could because I have a decent amount of followers, but sometimes I just wonder if I should like keep my private life, private. And then I actually like my business life is like that. And then, that's different. But You know, in theory, I mean, it's kind of the same. Yeah, it's not that much. There's not that much difference, I guess. So I could post this on LinkedIn. I could, yeah. Oh, someone else joined. Hi, welcome. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if it's. I don't know if the participation counts as two, but I don't know if that means like two other people plus me, or if it's two in total. I think it's two other people plus me. But anyways, if you're on, please ask a question, and I'm happy to answer it anytime. I am here. I think I will need to jump on a call with you at some point to work out the Facebook stuff. Or there's an option to delete the Facebook account, but that's tied to this email. The only issue is like, I don't know if we can create a new one or how long it would take to create a new one. But it is there. Like I posted it literally, before I went live. I just copy and pasted everything that you sent me, and then I posted it. So at least it was up, which is great. Happy about that. I actually could post it to my own. You know what? I'll just post it to my own Facebook. Why not? What I got to lose, right? Let me see here. Just gonna take your. I don't know if we have multiple participants in here. If you do, please say something so that our message in the chat, so I know that you're there. I can try to make it more entertaining for you. We were just discussing, I mean, we had a huge discussion about millennials and Gen Z and a bunch of different things, really. Yeah, we were talking about male loneliness epidemic, mental health, self-deletion. Talked about a bunch of different topics today. Yeah, only in an hour and a half. That's pretty good. Yeah. What else should we discuss? What else should we discuss? What else do you guys want to discuss? I think I need to get some kind of software to have an overlay so I can I can see the chat and engage with it while actually surfing the web, so you guys aren't bored. I mean, we can look up some other things together. Yeah. The mortgage mate put some good stuff up there. I appreciate that. Yeah, Lana Del Rey. I have no idea if Joseph is actually your friend. If he was, then thank you for him coming on and participating. Appreciate that. Ah, that's really nice. Thank you for him joining. Yeah, I don't know if he got anything out of this. Hopefully he did. Yeah. Hopefully he did. I appreciate him having coming on to the chat. Yeah, hopefully he found something here that was useful. There is a button. Let me see here. Ability to end stream. Just you can't really pause streams, can you? What's the edit button do? Oh, to edit this description. I see. Live reactions, subscribers who can send messages. Hopefully, someone subscribed. I don't know if anyone did. Yeah. Cool. Let's see here. Dating app graph. But of course, some of the advice that I'm giving Lana Del Rey is, based on my experience, and mainly that's within North America because that's where I've lived my entire life. So that doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to be as relevant, in other parts of the world. So that's one of the things that I think I and everyone else has to be like a little bit cautious of, for sure. Yeah. But that's something that's, I think, is important. But I have traveled and lived in multiple different locations in my time on this planet, and I feel like I've at least had some experiences all over to give some decent advice on things. Yeah. Revealing that elite men receive a disproportionately massive number of likes matches, potentially 80% of all incoming likes, while the other 90% get very few, illustrating stark inequality often visualized with the Lorenz curve, where the top tier hogs most attention. Such a graph, I'm just reading some stats about dating statistics, or specifically dating app statistics. Such a graph uses a distribution curve, like a Pareto or power law, to highlight how a small male segment captures most female interest, contrasting sharply the low match rate for the average man. Yes, this is very much true. Wow. Examples of visual, the based on some of the numbers. So the top 10% get 70 to 9% of all incoming likes or messages. The next 40% of men, so that is what, 50 to 90 basically. That segment of men on dating apps get 10 to 20% likes, so that's very, very few. And then the bottom 50% of men get 0 to 5% of likes. Wow. Basically non-existent. Yeah. Yeah, basically non-existent. Which is sad. In the top 50, like the bottom 50%, that's crazy. Half of the population, or half of the population on dating apps that are men. Yeah, that's wild. Yeah. But I think there's like, if people are gonna go on the dating app route, I think there's definitely some things that people can change to look better on dating apps, like take better photos, have a better bio, shit like this. Like some guys, I will admit I have seen some profile photos that look so sloppy that it's just like you're probably not presenting the best side of yourself to get like statistically like the best chance. When a man is close to his mother, people often call him a mama's boy. Do you think the label reflects our discomfort with men showing tenderness and emotional connection? Um, um, Yeah, plainly yes. So I feel like this term is more derogatory towards men when they're younger. So if you have more dependence on your mom, aka mama's boy, or you're more coddling your mom or your mom's coddling you when you're younger, you're considered a mama's boy. But when they use that adjective when you're middle-aged or you're older, it's it might not be seen as derogatory as when you were younger. Like it actually I can only speak from my own experience, but I've had females in my life that have actually appreciated the fact that I was close to my mom and I treated my mom well. You know, they might have in jest made fun of me by saying, "Oh, haha, you seem like a mama's boy or whatever." But you can clearly tell that they were attracted to that quality, maybe because they felt like if I treated my mom well and we ever got together, maybe I would treat their mom well as well. Or if I was more concentrated on family, then that would be like uh, a trait in potentially a suitable mate. So I do think that that term might be more negative when a man is younger rather than when a man is like middle aged or older. Yeah, I almost feel like it's used as a term of endearment from my experience when I'm older than as opposed to when I was younger. Yeah, that's a good question though. Growing up, were you encouraged to talk about your feelings, or was it something you had to learn on your own? Definitely something I had to learn on my own. We are, I think, to exacerbate things, like I can't speak to everyone's like ethnicity, but I think as a man and also a Chinese man, we are taught that mental illness is not a thing. Like it literally does not exist. Um, Oh, sorry. I guess you're editing your question, so I'll wait for you to finish. Sorry, shouldn't block the camera. Um. Okay, so your second question was growing up, were you encouraged to talk about your feelings, or was it something that you had to figure out on your own? Because I feel like for many of us, if we had been taught early on that it's okay to express what we feel, we would have grown up with a healthier way of dealing with stress and relationships. Yeah, for sure. I can't speak to everyone's experience, but I can certainly speak to my own. So I was obviously I'm a guy. So I think as a guy, we're told not to express our feelings or feel anything but strength, really, and masculinity, if you will, and anger. I guess those are like really the only three things that we were encouraged to feel. Anything outside of that was bad. And then to kind of compound on that, I am a Chinese man, And for a long time, even today, to be honest with you, Chinese people didn't really believe in mental illness. Now, I think that's slowly starting to change, but that's been prevalent for a very long time, and it's like mental illness is ran in my family for a very long time. Like multiple people in my family have different types of mental illnesses. And so it is definitely a real thing. I've experienced it firsthand, but people don't treat it as such, right? So anytime anytime that you express that you have depression or you have anxiety or anything like that, it's just like, oh, suck it up, right? You got to do better. So I do think that if we were encouraged to express those things when we were younger, it probably would have been better for everyone. Now, from my own experience, I actually felt a personal burden or responsibility, whatever you want to call it, to not bring up those things because I didn't want to make trouble for my parents. Like, I didn't want to add on to become a burden, if you will, or on an already maybe difficult situation that they were going through, whatever. And so uh, I think this is part of Chinese culture and maybe, different cultures as well, is to be a quote unquote good son by just handling your own business and not bringing up things, which actually is really destructive in a way because you don't have any other outlets for stuff like that. Right. So I've had to train myself over the years to try to talk about that a lot more. One of the things that I think worked out for me really well, and hi everyone, all of a sudden I see 4 people participating in the chat, so I'm really grateful for the support. But if you're new here, we talk about mainly talk about like men's issues, really, and a safe space for men to like say things. So please feel free to like just drop whatever questions you have in the chat. Um, but one thing that's really helped me is actually therapy, and I really encourage like a lot of people to go to therapy. Um, it it opens it really opens up your eyes to discovering who you are as a person and why you do certain things. And a lot of that stems like I found that obviously a lot of that stems back to your childhood and different things that have occurred in your childhood. But nonetheless, like sometimes you just don't even realize it until like you have a third party, which is the therapist, telling you some of those things, right? And telling you different perspectives, and they teach you different skills on how to cope with that stuff and really like things to like think about and different angles to think about certain things that have happened to you in the past that maybe you normally wouldn't have even thought about. So that's widely important. um, what else? If you're going to go to therapy, I'd highly recommend, so number one, if you can afford to go to therapy, that's amazing. If you're fortunate to live in a certain place that affords, or if you have a job that gives you benefits that allows you to go to therapy, I would recommend it. I would also recommend that you try different therapists out. So I've gone to therapists which I totally did not jive with, and then never had a session with them again. And I've gone to therapists that I've totally jived with. And that also means that you can eventually outgrow your therapist and then look for something else to kind of like level up. And I have, I've gone to multiple different therapists. So it's not uncommon for that to happen. But yeah, just ask your therapist if they give a free kind of initial consultation or intake interview, if you will, so that you can ask them like simple questions, right? Like even stuff like, do I want my therapist to be a guy or a girl? Do I want my therapist to be religious if that's like a really important part of your life, right? Like, do I want them to be like Catholic or Christian or, whatever, Buddhist, whatever religion that you're part of? So I think that's really, really important. Do I want someone that's just going to be a cheerleader all the time because that's what I need, right? Like I just need someone to be super positive all the time and be like, yeah, you can do it, like you got this. Like sometimes that's what people need, and that might work for you. That didn't work for me. I've probably grown up in an environment where being overtly critical is just the norm, and that was just accepted behavior. So that's kind of what I respond to. Just someone like holding me accountable and being responsible about that. So that's what I gravitate towards as for therapy. But that's going to be different for every single person. So I think that's important for me to highlight. Yeah. And what else? What other things to look out for? Yeah, I mean, ask them what their therapy style is. You know, if they can't answer that question with confidence, and you don't leave that conversation, that half an hour intake or whatever, like you probably shouldn't go with them. That's, I think that's an important thing. They're trying to sell their services to you, right? And one of those things is like, how can I help you, right? How can I solve your problems? What are your problems? So those are good things. Don't think that they're going to solve the world by or solve all of your problems with one therapy session. That just doesn't happen. You look at, you know, the amount of years that you've been on this planet, how long it's taken to get to that point where you have this much psychological damage or baggage or whatever you want to call it. It's going to take some time to get out of it, not only from a therapist but from your own self-reflection and self-help. So being realistic, I think, with your goals and like your expectations for yourself, I think is really, really important. um, uh, Maybe someone that gives you homework as well. So I don't know if you guys, you know, everyone is different. My therapist sometimes gives me homework to do. And that could be like very different things that I'll have to do, like write a letter to myself, for example, write a letter to a specific phantom someone that I want to like communicate with, and we might read it together. So those kind of things like help really. And some people just don't respond to homework, or maybe they're just too busy for that. I understand that. So I think those things are kind of important. I know I'm kind of veering off of left field here by some of the things that you asked, but yes, I think ultimately, if some of these things were addressed earlier on in life rather than later, everyone would be better off. Yeah. The participation thing is weird. Sometimes I just don't see how many people are actually participants within my chat, which is odd. Yeah. Let's see. What other topics? Maybe I can ask GPT to come up with some topics for me, Gemini. Give me a second, guys. What topics can I talk about? Yeah, this is a good topic right here. The invisible wall, when you can't talk to your wife or your partner about things. I think that's actually a really good topic. And the mortgage mate was actually talking about this quite a bit in the beginning when we were chatting. But yeah, that's like a really, really important topic. I don't know if anyone. So the topic right now is the invisible wall. Why, when you can't talk to your wife slash partner, and why we do that. I think that's a tough one. That's going to be different for every single person. Um, I think things that come to mind right away are the you don't want to be seen as weak, quote unquote weak, in front of your partner. You want to be seen as the bedrock of your relationship, to be strong, and to be like the leader and supportive, and also not be burdensome, if you will, of towards the other person, so that you're not dumping your baggage onto them. So there's a lot of sacrificial reasons, I think, why we don't open up to our partner, especially as men towards women when we're having issues. The problem with this is that you create an environment where it's a really, really lonely road, at least the way I see it. You don't um, you don't really have any other outlets to be able to talk to people, and that causes a lot of problems because you're in a relationship, you're supposed to be in it together. If you're only riding alone the entire time, then it's going to be really, really difficult. You're almost like having a microcosm of a relationship within a relationship, yeah, which is really rough. Who's here and who's looking for trying to get into therapy, find a therapist? Yeah, yeah. And also like even like stuff like if it's a uh what we call, I believe we call an RT here in Canada, like a registered therapist, so someone that can talk to you but can't prescribe medicine to you, like any kind of medication. That's one thing. But if you're looking for an actual psychologist, which can, you know, give you potentially like mood altering drugs, for antidepressants, like stuff like that, ask them what their philosophy is regarding like prescribing medication, right? I think the last thing that you need, this is maybe a controversial stance, or maybe it isn't, but I believe medicine is there to help you, but in moderation. So you try to solve most of your problems yourself. And if you really can't, you're bipolar or something like that, and you really need medicine to regulate yourself, then it's present for a reason. But the last thing you want is to probably get with a psychologist that's just going to prescribe everything to you, because it could probably do a lot more psychological damage than good. I have talked to a lot of friends about antidepressants and what their experience has been with that. Most people recommend that I don't get on them. I don't know necessarily if I need them or didn't need them, but I wanted to find out their experience. But one of my friends did say that it really helped her. So, that's something. I think that's probably important that I point that out. What did Alana Del Rey say? Let's see. Definitely agree. And for anyone who's here is looking for blood work, yeah, blood work up front can actually help identify any underlying physical or hormonal issues that might, or hereditary, by the way. So if it's within your family, for example, that might be affecting your mood, energy, your mental health. Sometimes what feels purely emotional could have biological components like vitamin deficiencies, thyroid issues, or hormone imbalances. Yep, or hereditary stuff as well, right? Like, so something that might run in your family. Um, so I think that's important for everyone to understand. Yeah, to get some kind of help. Yeah, regarding that. Training your mind is just it, at least the way I see it is like training any other muscle, right? You have to invest time and energy into it in order to make that work for you. If you don't do that, then expect bad things to be able to happen. One thing that's helped me as well along the way is meditation. So I used to meditate. There was a period in time where I actually meditated every morning for about 15 minutes. You can find a lot of meditation videos on YouTube, or whatever streaming service that you're looking for, or VOD service. Um, and there's a bunch of them out there. There's some for like 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes if you can spare it. You don't need a lot of space, just probably a quiet and calm place within your room, or something on the floor, on a rug or whatever. Some people like to do this lying down. But yeah, I found that really helped me to center my thoughts and my mind, like before I started the day. So it gave me a lot of clarity on what to do during the day and how to approach things. So yeah, meditation certainly helped me, for sure. gratitude journal as well. If anyone knows what that is, there's like a multiple different types of formats of gratitude journals out there that you can take a look at. I would recommend something that's simple that you can kind of like simple and measurable. So SMART goals for your gratitude journal, something that's not like super long, but also something that you need to fill out at the beginning of the day and the end of the day so that you can actually reflect on some of those things. And and I would highly recommend that you actually buy yourself a physical journal. I can't express this enough. For some people, they might want to log in on like a Google Sheet or Google Doc. For me, I find that the actual feeling of writing something makes a huge difference, like on how I want to express things. Yeah, maybe it's because I'm old school like that, but yeah, I found that that's important. So yeah, something that I would recommend. Yeah. Um. Yeah. What else? What else? Have you had positive or negative experiences with therapy, Elena Del Rey? I actually don't know if you're still there. I think you are. Oh, there's a couple of welcome. Whoever just joined the channel, or two people, three people joined the channel. Welcome, 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 welcome. If you're if I don't know if you're a man or a woman that just joined the channel, but please type any questions that you have that you want me to answer in the chat, and I'm happy to answer them. We were just talking about mental illness, um, and yeah, getting help with mental illness, specifically for men, but everyone really is just kind of general information, general knowledge. Um, and Alana Del Rey had some really good insight and questions. We're also talking about how to different things to look out for when evaluating a therapist. So I think that's important. Yeah. What other topics can Gemini spit out for us? Let's see here. Yeah, I think I can definitely relate to this one. So this is a really good topic as well. Finding male friends, why men get lonely as they age. Yeah. So this is something that I think I can speak about firsthand. So I'm talking about non-work related friends, right? So people that are just within your circle in your life, like not people, like not coworkers, right? Like um, people that you just have things in common outside of work. So could be in community groups or just people that I don't know, you meet, you play video games or something like that. It's a lot more difficult as you get older. I think for a multitude of reasons for men and women, but specifically men. Um, Speaking about myself, I find that as we get older, I mean, naturally, I think anyone, we just have more responsibilities on our hands. So we have less time to be able to socialize or participate in things, which makes it tough. And it's kind of ironic too, because we actually have more resources we tend to have more resources as we get older in terms of how much money we earn and access and stuff like that, technology. So we should be able to participate more in things, but we actually don't. Um, and then I think another thing that's probably important is, um, besides that, is people just along the veins of responsibility. You know, some of your friends just start getting married and have kids. Yeah, simple as that, right? And a lot more of their time is going to be devoted to having kids rather than spending time playing video games or whatever it might be, right? People grow up, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just it makes it more difficult to find time to hang out with people, which is always rough, I think, for everyone involved. You wish well for your friend and you're happy for them, but at the same time, it does get, it can uh, at times become a little bit of a lonely road for sure. And then I think some of the social groups that you might have participated in them when you were younger, like basketball clubs, volleyball, whatever, music, you might not do on a regular basis anymore. There was a talk about like the pillars of socializing, and it's interesting. They were talking about how you have home life where you would socialize with like your immediate family and stuff like that, right? Around you and stuff like that. And then you have your work life where you would socialize with your coworker, and then you would have a third pillar, which would generally be like community participation things. I'm like really bad with camera angles, sorry. Like general participation in like community things. So think like pool club, like bowling club, things of that nature. And that is basically gone. At least the way that I've seen things in society. Like I haven't been to a pool hall in forever. And when I was younger, I used to go all the time. And we used to meet people just playing pool randomly, right? Same thing with stuff like bowling. So I think that you just decrease the odds of meeting new people that way when you don't participate in things like that. And that used to be such a big thing as well. And that's kind of almost a lost art for some people. So, yeah, that's my thoughts on finding male friends as a man. Got my coffee. Got my coffee. Any? I think it's just you and I here. It's interesting. We had a pretty good run. We had like 4 concurrent people at one time join the room, so that's nice. I'm grateful for that. What other topics do we have? Oh, we have no one now. 0 participants. Everyone's left. Yeah. It's just me in here. I understand. Hopefully I can wait for someone else to come and participate. Or if anyone's left in the room, please chime in. Welcome. I don't know if you just joined. I don't think this thing is the stream thing is accurate. The stream count. Sometimes I see 4 people, sometimes I see 2 people, and then when I click on participants, I see no one. So yeah, I don't think that it does a good count. Yeah, I'm not sure who's in the room right now, but if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm devoting my time to. Especially if you have any questions about male things. Anyone watch basketball here? I don't know if you all watch basketball. I could relate to that as well, even as a woman. I think it's harder to find friends that you can actually have a deep level with, just because I feel like harder to find friends you can actually go. Yeah, for sure. And that's actually something that my therapist has talked to me about. She said, based on your personality, I think you're actually really, really good at just meeting people on the surface, like because you're a confident guy. But when it comes to having deeper, meaningful relationships with people, and talking about more vulnerable things, it becomes a lot more difficult because a lot of friendships end up staying on the surface. People move through so many different phases, job relationships. Yeah, it's true. And I think it's really important to surround yourself with people that you want to be surrounded with. So that's like a really, really crucial thing. Like you want people in your corner that are actually going to uplift you, and be a positive force in your life. And and that doesn't not necessarily mean like by money means or financially or whatever, or giving you business opportunity, but just people that like align with you more on your views in life. Like I think that's really, really important. Yeah, everyone's under pressure with time, priorities, and energy. Yep. But also, Alana Del Rey, I don't think people put enough weight and value on what friendship can do for you as a person, right? So, I'm, I should talk like this because my camera's here. And I think that that's a really big thing as well, right? So, yes, people don't have time, they don't have energy, um, whatever. Like, if they actually realize that they could get a lot of dividends out of like having a meaningful like relationship with someone and friendship with someone, they would devote the time to it, or they would probably devote more time to it, right? Because they would see value with that. But we don't. We're just always on the go all the time doing different things and thinking about, oh, how do I earn more money? How do I earn more status? How do I do more of this? Rather than sitting down and really reflecting, like, when's the last time I had like a really deep conversation with someone, and like really, really seen them for who they were and what they're going through? Because you never know what's going on behind closed doors in someone's life. You never know, ever. I'm guilty of this, other people are guilty of this. Like, you just never, ever, ever know what someone is dealing with. Like, and I don't think that we get to a stage where we actually ask the right questions to people. Maybe we're afraid to. So yeah, I think friendship's like hugely important. It's something that I've been more vested into in the last couple of years than I was probably in my late 20s and early 30s. Um, yeah, I've been paying like a lot more attention to, for sure. Yeah, social circles, support groups, all that kind of stuff. Yep. Yep. And yeah, I recommend to most people to travel if you can afford it. If you are in a privileged position to be able to do that, I know I am, because I work remotely, so that obviously helps. But even if I wasn't and I had vacation days, like I would encourage you to go out, like go explore different places that you've never been to. You just really never know what you're gonna find. And the world's a really big place. You can meet a lot of really, really cool people. You know, you can even meet a lot of cool people that you just don't even talk to again, and but like you had that experience, like you actually met them, which is a huge thing. Yeah, it's not something to take lightly. Yeah. What else? What else? What else? What are the topics do we have here? Let's see. Gemini. Yeah. This one I'm guilty about. Find me for setting boundaries. what's a good topic? What does man up actually mean? Man up actually mean in 2025? I don't know if I'm so in favor of this particular topic. Yeah. 3 core values, sure. Finding purpose more than just a paycheck. Yeah. I think this goes to the reductionist stuff that I was talking about before. I think this topic right here, finding purpose more than just a paycheck. I think a lot of people have like been reduced. I think a lot of men in particular have been reduced to just providing as a paycheck. And if you don't bring that, then you just don't bring anything at all. Which is like a terrible mindset to have, and it's a terrible way to live as well. Like if you just feel like that's all you're good for, so that's a really dangerous thing that I would recommend that people stay away from. I think one important thing is I think one important thing is finding someone that actually finds value in you beyond a paycheck. I think it's easier said than done, but I think that's wildly important in today's society, especially if you're dating. Yeah. Um, and you could probably suss that out pretty quickly too, depending on how someone's interacting with you. If your partner is just constantly asking you for money, and like every time that you try to set boundaries and you refuse to give money to someone, like they get mad at you or something like that, then that's probably not someone you want to be with for a long-term period in your life. Yeah, I think that's pretty self-evident, but not practiced by a lot of people. I will say that. Yeah. Well, at least a lot of people that I know, it's not practiced. What's been your guys' experience with paychecks? Paychecks are such a funny thing too, right? Like, especially if you're in a couple, like, having a shared bank account, um, or who's responsible, and if you have a shared bank account or joint account, like who's responsible for paying the bills, who, that's one thing. Like the allocation of those resources, like where does it go, arguments behind that, like that's sometimes always a tough conversation. There is a financial guru. He's a YouTube special. I think his name is Ramit Sethi. It's Seth. Yeah, Ramit Sethi. I like some of his content for sure. I'd probably recommend that most couples go take a look at his stuff. He actually has a lot of really good conversations with couples around money, and the relationship they have with money. Like just talking about it. Like some couples don't even talk about finances for whatever reason. They just don't. And I think that's like a really, really dangerous thing to not talk about, because if you, it's such an important part of life. Like, why would you not discuss it with your significant other? Even if it's like on a bad perspective, you should be discussing money with your partner. You should be really, really open about where you're at with things, and also like what things to prioritize. Because if you just slip it under the rug all the time, like guess what's going to happen? It's just going to blow up in your face one day. It's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. And I know that sometimes those things are probably embarrassing, especially as, like potentially a man that's like the breadwinner of the family or the majority earner of the family. But I think those things need to be talked about. Yeah. And very, very transparent in a relationship. Yeah. If you don't talk about them, they'll just eat you alive. So, and I'm talking about simple things, right? Like, so if you're a couple and you're flying somewhere, are you going to discuss whether or not you're going to fly economy or premium economy or business class? And at what level are you going to purchase a business class ticket. So like, what is the duration of a flight to purchase a business class ticket? Is it 6 hours and beyond? You're going to purchase business class if you're lucky enough to be able to afford to be able to do that. Is anything below 4 hours, are you going to like purchase a business class ticket? Like, those things are really, really important to discuss. And people just don't do that. They don't do that ever, Or if someone gets a promotion and they make X amount of dollars per paycheck per month or biweekly or whatever, that's generally how people get paid in Canada. Where is the additional, those additional resources? Where is it going to be allocated to, and why? Right? Is it going to go into participating in a mortgage to pay it off faster? Are you going to be saving up for a vacation in Jamaica? Like, what are you funding with those things? And are you guys on the same page about that? Because that's a group responsibility. That's not just, in a group discussion, not just an isolated discussion with one person making all the decisions. So yeah, I think a lot of couples do not talk about money at all and how they view money, how they like to spend money, what they like to spend it on. And that ends up being a huge problem in a lot of relationships. Yeah. Usually when it's too late, right? Like, usually those discussions happen when things get to a point where they're untenable. And then, and they wonder, and then two people break up or they have a big fight or whatever. And then they wonder why. And it's like, you guys didn't talk about this, to begin with. And I think those things are probably should be talked about closer to the earlier stages of relationship, to know that you guys are on like the same page in terms of like spending habits and saving habits and, what you want to splurge on, what you want to save on, so that you guys do see eye to eye, because every single person is going to be different, right? Like, my sister could buy an LV bag and she could spend, I don't know, $2,000 to $5,000 on that bag. And I could think that's like fucking nuts. But for her, she might feel like, well, in a couple of years, I can actually resell this bag and I can probably make a profit out of it. And in the meantime, I can wear it and they pretty much have a lifetime warranty. If anything, if I don't know, the stitching gets fucked up or this buckle comes off, like I can just go to the LV counter and literally tell them to repair it and they'll do it for free. So why not? It's just my investment. But for me, I would see that as a very different thing, right? So yeah, I think that's some super important discussions to have with you and your spouse. Buying a property is another thing. It's like the major, for buying a property, it's also very unique. It's the size of obviously it's like for most people, it's the biggest asset that they have in their lives, right? Like, I think that's 100% the truth. And I think there's a lot of discussions around that need to be had, not just about the amount of money that you are taking on, and the amount of money that you're paying down, but also where you want to live and why. And if the plan is to have children, and why you're living in that particular neighborhood. Is it to get into a catchment area for a certain school so that your kids can, participate in that school? Like, those are important discussions to have. So there's like a lot of stuff, layers behind that, especially for buying a property, that I don't think people discuss on a regular basis. And that's kind of, that's not good. That's not good for anyone. Yeah. I think anytime that you're super transparent about things, it helps out. There's, some of you probably know Jordan Peterson. I was watching some of his stuff. He's been married for obviously a very, very long time. And he's also had a lot of, obviously he used to be a professor, but he used to, and I don't know if he still does, he used to have clients. He used to do therapy for clients, and he probably still does. So he's obviously collected a lot of data over time. And one of the things that he said was, kind of like a fundamental practice for um, couples that were successful in their marriage, right, or their partnership, was to spend 30 minutes every week to really like just touch base. So 30 minutes without the kids, without like doing dishes in the background while you're kind of half listening to this person, or watching like Sports Center while you're like half listening to your spouse talk about something, but really like sitting down with each other and like really like getting into it about where you're both at, right? So that you guys are totally in sync and locked on the same page about the kids, about where you guys are at mentally, and all that kind of stuff. Like that's, he said that was like a pretty much non-negotiable between him and his wife, which I believe they're still married. And then the other thing was to have one date night a week. Possibly two would be better, but one date night a week. Like actually out of the house date night. So for some couples, I know that it can be very difficult to be able to achieve. You got to find a babysitter. A babysitter costs money. Going on a date costs money. It's exorbitantly expensive to go out here in Canada. And not to mention to have a date. But, obviously, there's some things I think that you can do that don't really require as much money if you want to go for lunch and go to the museum or something like that, or go to Stanley Park. But those are the two things that he identified that were really, really important for a successful companion or a healthy relationship. And I think that makes a lot of sense. A lot of couples that I know don't do that. They don't take that time for various reasons. Sometimes it's really not their faults. They have a lot of things going on in their lives. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of layers to that, but there could be a lot of excuses behind that as well if you're not practicing that in your own relationship, right? Like, can you really look yourself in the mirror and say that you can't spend 30 minutes with your partner to talk about where you're at with things and to like level set, right, with each other on like where you are mentally and physically and emotionally, and how are the kids, and are you guys all caught up with everything that has happened with them in school, so you guys are in sync with like parent teacher meetings and whatever else. Like, if you can't afford 30 minutes to do that, then like a week, uh yeah, I don't know, maybe you got to shift some of your priorities. But yeah, that's my rant about things. I think we have a couple people in this chat right now. Does anyone have any questions, thoughts, queries about some of the stuff I said? Disagreements, even? Like, please feel free to type something. Let me know if you think I'm dead fucking wrong, or I'm onto something. Like, it's important. What are the things that can we like jump into? There's like so many different topics too. What else do we have here? Translating stress. Yeah. Translating stress when all you feel is irritable or angry. Learning how frustrations and anger are often masks for deeper emotions like sadness or anxiety. Yeah. I think that's very much true in a lot of circumstances. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, we talked about this earlier, that men are generally conditioned to suppress any other emotions besides determination, like anything that leads to quote unquote masculinity or leadership or anger, I guess, right? So like those are okay. So yeah, like sadness, sorrow, yeah, vulnerability, like any of that kind of stuff is just out the window. Yeah. And then anger is just, that's what's left behind. Hmm. I can't believe we've been talking about almost 2.5 hours. That's crazy. Yeah, I thought I might tap out in like 30 minutes, but I didn't. So I guess that's good. Maybe I have some things to say. What other topics? What? Good old Gemini. Beyond the paycheck, redefining yourself when work ends. Yeah. Identifying crisis in retirement. Yeah, that's a big problem, I think. Or job loss, excuse me. Or career transitioning, realizing self worth isn't tied to your job title. Yeah. I think that's like a big problem amongst people that only have work beyond the paycheck, redefining yourself when work ends. So I think that's especially, bad for, especially exacerbated within people that spend or define their role in life only from work. People that grind all the time at work and only work. Your identity becomes synonymous with work, right? And then so you shouldn't be surprised if you get laid off or that stops for whatever reason, or you move countries and you can't do that job anymore. Why you're feeling completely lost, you know? You're, you spend 90% of your time at that job, and then you just don't know what to do with yourself after, right? So it's often sometimes we see this phenomenon in a lot of investment bankers or what we call salarymen in Japan, where they're just working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They basically see their boss more than their wife. Sometimes they just don't even come home. They live in like they have an overnight capsule hotel in like downtown Tokyo, and then they go back to work. Um, and that's it's obviously pretty sad because I don't think that's a really good way to live life at all. And then I suppose they shouldn't be super surprised that things don't go super well for them. Yeah, so that probably is something that we can talk about. I I myself at periods and times in my life have grinded away at work. I've taken a step back to a lot of those things, which I think was actually healthy for me. But there was a period in time in my life where I would literally bring my laptop to like brunch. So I would like, I would give myself like a quote unquote break. And this was like on a Saturday or Sunday. It wasn't like, in the middle of the day on a work day. And I bring myself to like a brunch and I have my laptop in front of me. I'd order like steak and eggs or some shit. And then I would have my laptop open and I would like grind away after I have my brunch, which was my treat, if you will, to myself. Um, and I grind away for like 6 hours. And that wasn't healthy for sure. Yeah, that was the farthest thing from healthy. Like it's important that you take that time for yourself. Even if you're just sitting on the couch and doing nothing, watching TV or I don't know, staring into space, like it's you need to let your mind rest at some point. Yeah, and there's periods in my life where I didn't do that. I don't know about you guys, but yeah, that definitely wasn't healthy for me. I suppose it helped me get to where a certain point now in my career where I suppose I'm like pretty respected as a sales leader, but there's some things that it comes at a cost. I think that most things do, right? I think everything probably does in a way. So would I do it again as that? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was like the best course of action. Yeah, or the best use of my time. Yeah, maybe everyone goes that if they work, and depending on how focused they are in their career. But Yeah, it's no surprise that men might suffer from that more than women at times, because there's so much pressure, I think, for men to succeed in the workplace and bring home the bacon, so to speak. So, grinding away, like, what else can you do but grind away at your job to make yourself successful, right? Or grind away as an entrepreneur to make yourself successful. So if that's taken away from you, then what do you think happens, right? There was I remember a long time ago, my cousin was telling me there's a some, I can't remember. It's like a hedge fund manager or someone owned like some very big hedge fund in New York. It's a Wall Street guy, probably worth like, $700 million or whatever that was. And then I guess he got like he controlled a hedge fund, I think. And then I guess he got put on like, quote unquote forced retirement, right? Like, because he was like getting up there in years. And he went through like 3 divorces or whatever. And I don't know if this is 100% true. I didn't look into the factual data of this, but this is what my cousin told me. Um, I think on the day of his retirement, or pretty early in the onset of his retirement, he just realized like he had nothing in life. Like his kids hated him. Like he had no hobbies. He had no friends. He had like nothing, like literally zero. So he walked up to the top of the roof of his building and he self deleted. Yeah. Yeah. Really sad. Really horrible. So having balance in life, I think, is important for anyone out there that's listening. Yeah, you gotta try your best. I know it's not always easy, whoever's out there, but you gotta really, really like watch yourself. Yeah, for some things. I've gotten to places that have been pretty dark in my life because I didn't have balance. And yeah, that's like super crucial for you to do that. Well, hopefully, I didn't get too dark there. I don't know. I don't know who else is listening, but that's one topic beyond the paycheck. Redefining yourself, Americans. Yeah, what's your guys' experience been like? How's payday been like for you? Paychecks. I used to know a couple that would compare their paychecks. They worked in very very different fields, and they would make it a competition. One person worked in accounting, the female, and then the male of the relationship worked in hospitality industry, and they would often compare paychecks. And it's funny, if you guys know anything about the hospitality industry, it's a very very low paying industry by nature. It just is. And even when he worked like crazy overtime, where you get time and a half, and then I think it's double after like 2.5 times, or double. Maybe it's just double after like 10 hours of work. Like every hour, a subsequent hour after 10 hours is like double. His paycheck would never like equate to what her paycheck was. Yeah. So there was always like, it was kind of like in jest and fun, but there was some underlying insecurities and jealousy, definitely. Like he would tell me about that. So yeah, it's those things I think are really important for two people to talk about. But that was like their experience with that. They are no longer together. Yeah, I don't think it was because of that reason. I think they just outgrew each other. But I remember them telling me about that like numerous amount of times. Yeah, so it's something to be mindful of for sure. Um, Vacation is another thing I think that a lot of couples don't discuss, and that's like huge. Just like with how people, yeah, I don't know. even if like you're gonna go, I've had people have different vacation experiences, obviously, right? I think that's, pretty natural. But I know some people that have never had vacations or like never been out of the country. We're actually really fortunate, I think, in Canada to that most people actually have their passports. I don't know if people know this in the chat, but statistically, I think only 1/3 of Americans have passports. So out of like 330 million people, only like 100 something million people have passports. Um, and someone could correct me if I'm wrong, but I read the statistics about that. And that means like 200 something million people have never been out of the country. I can't imagine that to like, it just baffles my mind that that's real. Because if you've never been out of the country, you can just never kind of like know what a different culture is like. And if you never know what a different culture is like, then like, how can you experience other things, right? Taste different foods, see different religions, different people, experience different languages. Like all these things matter, these experiences. And I think it helps two people grow as people. So if you're with someone and like um like if you're with someone and they're not as traveled as you, or worldly, if you will, I think that could be an issue if they're not open to exploring the world with you. It's not an unsolvable issue, but I do think that it could be an issue. Yeah, especially if you're not on the same page as that other person. Yeah, I've seen some people just get super lazy about that shit as well. They're just like, I don't want to go anywhere. Like, let's just stay home, honey. Like, it's all the same. We'll go to like have a nice steak or something like that, and it's like, yeah, that's not the same. Not the same at all. Yeah. So I find that funny. I wonder how many people on here are actually men or all women. I have no idea. Be interesting to know. If you guys are men, and I'm presuming the majority of you, the three of you here are, I'm curious if you have the same problem as me. I actually find it really hard to pick up video games now. I mean, just for your reference, I used to play video games a lot, like most people growing up, right? Like in my teens, early 20s, I would devote hours and hours to video games. But even if you gave me like a triple A title right now, and to play something, like I would find it really difficult to be able to sit down and play it. Yeah, I don't know why. That's just me. Yeah, or maybe it's just me. I'm not sure. But yeah, I find it really, really difficult. Yeah. This maybe my attention span isn't there anymore or something, but yeah, it's very, very tough. Very, very tough. I guess things just change with life, and you grow up and you have different priorities. But yeah, even if I was given a AAA title for free tomorrow, I find it really hard to just sit down and grind away and like be like, okay, let's start this new game. It's like, yeah. And I think priorities shift as well. Like the things that make you happy or the things that you want to invest time into. And, I find a lot of joy, if you will, just spending time with my mom and my sister. That's things that I devote my time to. Other people are going to be different, but that's what I devote my time to. And those are the things that matter to me. Maybe you guys are different, but let me know in the chat below. I don't know how other streamers do this when there's like 10,000 people in their chat and they're all typing at the same time. I find it absolute, like, just watching their streams, even, I find that I get lost in it. There's just so much stuff there. It's like crazy. How can you discern, like, between, like, imagine if my chat, like, you guys probably see my chat right now, it's just like a steady stream of like total chaos. Like, I can't imagine like how you would like differentiate something, to answer a question. What else can we talk about? Has anyone seen Zootopia 2? I've had a couple friends that saw it on the weekend because I think it opened in China on the weekend. And they said it was pretty good, but it wasn't as good as number one. I've actually never seen number one, but I heard number one was really good. Yeah. So I don't usually go to seek movies unless it's just conveniently on, Netflix in my living room or something like that. But maybe I will go check it out. I suppose that could be something. Yeah. Zootopia 2. Yeah, for anyone that's here that watches basketball, I've been watching basketball a lot lately, or at least the Lakers, really. That's the only, well, I wouldn't say that's the only team that I follow, but that's one of the biggest teams that I follow just because I'm a big LeBron fan. But yeah. What else can we talk about, fam? What else can we talk about? Sorry, I'm trying to make this engaging for all of you. It's not. I'm literally playing a mobile game as I'm chatting with you guys. Yeah. It's 10:41 here, Pacific time. It's actually really nice that a couple people came to support me. I'm guessing that most of them are friends, but yeah, it's nonetheless. I saw some people trickling in my room, and I'm grateful for that. That's very nice of them. They didn't have to do that, so yeah, I appreciate it. Oh, just dropped my battery, my portable battery. Oh, hopefully, this works. Yes, it does. I'm grateful for that, though. People that log in to spend time. It's one of the things that's always been important for me when I've started this YouTube channel is just to have gratefulness for anyone that views my content, because I know that everyone's time is precious and there's just so much stuff out there. So much stuff, right? Like, you could be watching Netflix or Disney Plus, or playing with your kids, or whatever this might be. So grabbing someone's attention even for a couple of minutes or half an hour or whatever is a big deal. It's it's a responsibility I don't take lightly. It's something that's big for me. So I am grateful for that. Yeah. Just want to let you guys know. Just want to let you guys know. What else is new? Oh, little emojis. Oh, crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Everyone working tomorrow? I am. I'm guessing you guys are too. Two participants. What's new, everyone? What did everyone have for dinner? I'll tell you what I had for dinner. I made some, and I actually made some chicken stock the other day, and I used a Costco rotisserie chicken for that, which turned out pretty well, actually. And it's the gift that keeps on giving. It's like literally the amount of things that you can do with that rotisserie chicken. Yeah, it's I made a soup stock, and then after that um I cooked some Chinese noodles. I cut up some tomatoes, and then I had some of the leftover roast chicken, and I just made myself a soup noodle bowl. Yeah, that was pretty healthy. I might eat something after this stream because that was at about 6:30. But yeah, what did you all have for dinner? Anyone? I don't even know what time it is in your guys' respective locations. Yeah, whoever's participating. Oh, I think one of my friends is on the stream right now. Well, welcome if you're on. I appreciate you participating in the stream. Can't wait to see a new video. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, some people showing support. Yeah. Sorry, what topic were we talking about recently? Safe space for men. I was just looking up some stuff on my phone. Yeah, one of the things that they didn't talk about, or we didn't talk about today, is the education system for men, and some of the graduation statistics and stuff like that. So we were talking about hypergamy earlier, which is, for those that don't know, it's basically women in the dating market typically look for mates that are higher status than them, right? So they always date up, right? So more resources, more status, more assets, whatever you want to call it. Um, and the reason why this ties into education is because women in certain sectors in the US, mostly like high income earning sectors, are actually now outpacing men in terms of income earnings. So the myth has always been, and this myth has been debunked over and over, that women get paid 76 cents for every dollar that a man gets paid. It's a very, very flawed argument when people make that argument, because they cite this one statistic that was collected like a pretty long time ago. That was a very flawed research paper on those stats. And you can look up the details about that. But coming back to education, why it matters is because the admittance rate for women to men in universities is now 2-to-1 ratio. And that gets exacerbated, especially when you get to year 3 or year 4 of university. So most men that actually attend university, so it's already a 2-to-1 average, right? Or 2-to-1 ratio, I should say. A big percentage of those men actually never make it to fourth year. So they drop out for various reasons. Either they go to like trade schools or they have bills to pay or life circumstances, whatever. But a lot of them actually don't get to a point where they graduate. And why that matters is because the job market, as it gets more competitive, especially in STEM, there's less and less, there will be less and less men that will be qualified for those roles to be hired, right? And therefore, they will basically eliminate themselves in within that dating pool, right, of hypergamy. So women dating up, right? They generally don't date at the same level or below. They usually generally date up. Yeah. So that's why education is a pretty alarming thing. Yeah. If you guys look up, like, let's see, Canadian, like scholarship funds for girls versus boys. Yeah, there's significantly more designated for female students than male students. Yeah, often in STEM as well, right? So a big boost in like women going into, so if you guys don't know what STEM is, it's basically science, technology, engineering, mathematics. So they call it STEM as an acronym, but it's usually like the high paying industries, right? So if you're a computer engineer, if you're a mathematician, I don't know, mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, whatever. And there's been a big like push to get women into STEM, right? Like I've experienced it myself, just in the tech industry, with hiring practices and how it's like predominantly encouraged by us as hiring managers or whatever to like pay closer attention to female resumes or female candidates, or to give them, you know, I don't want to say preferential treatment, but like it would be like I've been told more than once that it would be good if we balanced out the team more to have more females on it, right? And it was like a very active push for like HR to encourage us into that direction. Now, um, I'm not opposed to that because I think that there is definitely benefits to have, for members of the opposite sex to be on a team, um, but it becomes increasingly harder to come by because actually most women don't want, like statistically speaking, most women don't want to go into STEM. Like the amount of women that actually study in STEM, versus other fields, is it's still a predominantly male dominated field. Yeah. So people that go into like computer science or whatever, right? Like I'm sure that if people in this room were comp sci majors, you could probably count on a single hand the amount of women that were in your class versus men. So it's a very, very small pool of people to pick from to begin with. And if you have to find people out of that pool that are qualified or just as qualified as someone of the opposite sex, it becomes a lot harder versus if you have a very large sample size of like, I don't know, 300 men that applied for this particular job. Yeah. So that's where it gets a little bit tough when you're like, you have stuff like hiring quotas or whatever it might be to like try to only hire women. And I've actively tried in previous jobs to be able to do that. um I don't want to say it like doesn't work out, but like for every 10, 20 resumes that I get, it's probably like one female. And so that becomes like harder and harder to achieve, yeah, that kind of balance. Yep. But yeah, this goes back to like the dating thing that I was talking about, the hypergamy. So I think there's a lot of things in society that we have to look at in order to help men, give them a boost, not necessarily taken away from women, because I think there still needs to be encouragement in STEM for women. But I do think that men, I mean, the statistics just show that um, men are doing way worse in school now, comparatively to when I was coming up. I think when I think when I was going to school, it was pretty even, or maybe it was like a little bit skewed over to men, maybe like 60-40 or 50-50, 55-45. I'm curious, actually. Just take a look. Canadian University men versus women. Let's see. 58.3. Men make up 41.7. I'm trying to see if there's like over time, if we can see what it's been changed to. Increase over time. Female participation increases over time, and the males per participation has become a majority since early 1990s. So when I graduated high school, it was like 2002. Participation levels 58%, 63% Yeah, that's the other thing as well. Participation factor into post-grad programs, so masters, MBAs, PhDs, and stuff like that, are way more predominant amongst women. Yeah, it just gets exponentially worse as you like level up those things. But yeah, mathematics, computer science, architecture, engineering, mostly still men. It's not that the support systems aren't there for women and the opportunities. Actually, most of those fields, from my experience, really do welcome women. It's just for whatever reason, they don't want to go into that type of training. I'm not entirely sure why. Some people are going to cite that it's like because it's a boys' club environment. Maybe that's true. That's not what I studied. But I don't know if that's totally the case in 2025. Canadian campus is mostly female. Yeah, I don't have any. I'm trying to find historicals. I'm curious what it is like in your home countries, because obviously stats in Canada and maybe United States are not stats across the entire world. It's probably going to be different in most places. Gender gap in tertiary education, 25 to 34. Just reading some stats, but it's like pretty old. It's in 2010. Canada ranked A mark in 1998-99. 2010 is a B. I thought Statistics Canada might have these stats. Let me see. Well, they do have some stats, but I don't know if I can roll this back. Let's see here. Let's go back to 2002 all the way to present day. Oh, never mind. The stats only calculate up to 2023. That's when the last information came in. Let's take a look. I wonder if you can chart this out in a graph so that you can see a visual representation of this. So back in 2002, it's 40/60. What is it now? But what is this in total field of studies? Okay. Okay. It's like a little better. Personal improvements in leisure, education, visual and performing arts, communication, human, business management. I'm curious. 38.4 to 61.6. Architecture, engineering. and 80.8. It's about the same in Canada for a bunch of different fields that I'm looking at right now. Visual performing arts, education. Oh, this is, sorry, there's a map from Canada. Let's see if there's a legend that I can take a look at. Labels. Nope. Okay. That map is not very good. Actually, it doesn't really show me anything, I don't think. I wonder by province if it changes. Like, let's go to BC. I wonder if they show how many people make it to fourth year. Looking at some stats for those that don't know education levels, but this is Canadian only. Total international students and age groups. I guess that probably makes a difference too. Less than 20 years old, 20 to 24. I guess less than 20. Oh, there's an error on Stats Canada's website. Did something break? I guess something broke. Okay, I can't really go into that topic, unfortunately. Sleep cycle, why lack of rest makes everything worse. Yeah, that's true. Alcohol and escape. When is a drink a problem, not a reward? Sure, I've never really had that issue. I'm not a big drinker, but maybe someone here is. I don't know. Breaking the cycle, being a dad you never had. Okay, I can relate. The exhaustion of co-parenting, even while under the same roof. Talk to your son about emotions when you weren't taught how. Yeah, I think that's probably a major one. Cost of complaining, how to use your voice without being a whiner. Why do I compare myself to other men? Yeah, I think this is a big one, but people have a tendency to compare themselves to other people in other situations all the time. Like, it's almost human nature to be able to do that. We talked about that earlier, how toxic that is. It's just not helpful for anyone. It's actually really, really destructive, to be honest. Yeah. But we do it anyways. Yeah. We can't help ourselves. A lot of times, pressure to be alpha male, is toxic masculinity still real? Yeah, I don't know if I really believe in that. Toxic masculinity, I feel like that's just a buzzword term that's been used a lot of times, almost done to death. Everything that is in disagreement is basically toxic masculinity doing its job. I don't know. I find that's kind of crazy. What else? The power of the vent, getting stressed out without crashing. Coping mechanisms like journaling. Jesus, I don't know how people do this for like 8 hours straight. It's like crazy. Or like 12 hours just streaming. Like dancing up and down, being like a dancing monkey. Yeah, I feel like there's a little bit of a delay here. Like, I actually don't see anyone, even though there's like 4 people in my room. I actually don't see any participants in my room. I don't know why. Yeah, it's very, very weird to me. We were talking about some topics earlier. Some actually really good topics are brought up by people participating in this chat, which is great. This is what the channel is really about, right? Getting people help, having people have a safe space to talk about things. 3 core values: emotional unavailability, how your past impacts your present relationships. Yeah, this is a really good topic. Discussing learned behavior from childhood, sure. Emotional unavailability, how your past impacts your present relationships. Yeah, I think that this one is something that everyone is, that affects everyone, to be honest with you, that everyone prays victim to, uh, whether you're a man or a woman. Yeah, it probably manifests itself more so as a problem within men because we as men are often just taught not to lean into our emotions at all. Um, and a lot of stuff, I think, a lot of our trauma and other things come from our past. Yeah. Not only from like parental stuff, but just also experiences from when we're young until now. And that's like a very dangerous place to be. It's not always sunshine and rainbows. And most of the time, at least most guys that I know really don't work out those things when they're younger or maybe ever. Really, that's sometimes why we get bad fathers, right? Or bad father figures. Like they have problems of their own that they didn't work out. They weren't fit to be parents in the first place, but they had kids. And that's really how you have a generation of people that were probably not meant to be parents, but were parents anyways. Sorry, I just responding to a friend. Yeah, but like a generation of adults that are adults that weren't really meant to be adults, or didn't have the appropriate skill sets to be adults. 3:06 in the afternoon here in the Philippines. Thanks for tuning in at 3:06 in the afternoon. I appreciate it. Um, yeah, so yeah, I think one of the things that I learned about in therapy is that a lot of the stuff that we suffer from today stems from trauma in our childhood. Yeah, whether it originated from there and just kind of like built up from there to like from a seed to like growing into a sapling to a plant in our minds and what we go through, like a lot of that stuff really comes from that place, and then grows to be a really, you know, big problem that we haven't dealt with. Um, and I feel like that's maybe more exacerbated in men. Like we were saying earlier, that men are typically taught not to express things, so they don't really they don't really even identify these things as a problem to begin with, let alone solve them, by the way, guys. So a lot of men are not taught to admit any kind of weakness, and therefore you are told to sweep it under the rug, not even address it as a real issue, within your space. Which problems don't just go away by themselves, right? Like very few problems in life just get solved just because we're lucky, and they get solved just like that. There's a lot of work that needs to go into those things, especially psychologically, to help with the healing process. So I think often, as men, we can't even admit that to ourselves, which is dangerous. And then, you know, one of the participants earlier, if he wasn't even able to really admit some of his problems to his wife or share those things with his wife, then where can he admit those things, or who can he admit those things to, right? You just keep bottling it up inside, never letting things go, never being able to sort through those things. And it's a very dangerous space to be in. Yeah. $3:06. So you are 16 hours ahead. Yeah. If I'm doing my math correctly. You're 16 hours ahead of me. Yep. Childhood trauma. I've had, how many therapists have I had throughout the years? Let me count. I want to say like 6. Some of them were good and some of them were bad, to be honest with you. So, what do they say in business? Hire fast, fire fast. That that adage probably goes well with how you'd view therapists. Yeah, evaluate them quickly. Don't waste your time when you're dealing with a therapist that doesn't jive with you. Trust me, their feelings aren't going to be hurt. Any therapist that's worth their salt will tell you that from the beginning. They will literally admit to you and say, I'm not going to be offended if I just don't work out for you anymore, right? Like, I don't do it for you anymore. Like, I don't help you. Like, my advice doesn't help you anymore. Please go find someone else that does, right? Like, I wish you well. Maybe you'll return one day, but like, my job is to like help you with the limited amount of time that we have. And so if they don't say those things to you, they're probably shysters. And you probably don't want to trust them with your innermost thoughts and feelings. Yeah, I don't think that's a good place to start off a really, really like serious, professional relationship, if you will. I don't know if it's professional, personal relationship. Yeah. You should probably find a therapist that makes sense for you. There's they have some really good tools online where you can actually just basically follow it's a decision tree, right? So you follow like some kind of survey or whatever with multiple choice questions to find out what therapist you're like particularly suited for. And that's like a great way for you to find out what values matter to you. We were discussing this before about like, does religion matter to you? Like, does that play a big role in your life, right? Do you need a therapist that is a Christian and, a Catholic, Buddhist? So those things probably are important, or even male or female, right? Like some people, I think all of my therapists have been female. And I don't know if that was a decision made consciously or subconsciously or just happenstance that they just all happen to be female. But for me, I felt easier about talking to females about this rather than males. So I think that that's probably an important thing that you guys should all note if you're going to even venture down that path of therapy. And I recommend that you all do too. Like, I think that's it's been very helpful for me. I think it would be very helpful for yourself. You can, therapy is expensive. That's not even a controversial opinion. I think for most places in the world, if you live in Canada like I do, I think there are people called RTs, which is like a registered therapist, if I'm not mistaken, like a therapist in training. Usually those people are significantly discounted because they're students. So I think that they probably bill out maybe 60 or 80 bucks an hour, which is still not nothing. But your benefits actually should, if you work for a company, your benefits should cover some of it. And then if not, obviously you have to pay out of pocket. A lot of people forgo that. But the funny thing is, and I'm guilty of this as well, a lot of people forgo that expense, right? So they don't actually invest money into their mind, right? Like correcting things up here. But they'll they'll happily invest in like a Netflix subscription, you know, or even something like absolutely fucking silly. Yeah, so we ourselves don't place enough value in the investment of that, but I think that, and I'm guilty of this as well, but we probably should. Yeah, even if it costs us a couple bucks, because I really do think like seeing a therapist is also, it's almost like you're having a personal trainer, but for your mind, right? So, you know, if you really were serious about working out, you probably, you know, get a good personal trainer that would charge you 120 bucks an hour, whatever it is, to like really show you how to work out and like get to your goals. You might not need them forever, or like a nutritionist, for example, right? To develop like a meal plan that you would follow like to a T, right? And it would have all your macros counted out, all of your, you know, whatever, your protein consumption, your carb consumption, all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, if you think about it that way, like you would spend money on those things. Like you'd probably spend money on a decent mechanic to like fix your car so that, you know, it's safe to drive, stuff like that. But we don't put any weight on fixing our minds, like ever. um, yeah. And that's maybe part of the problem. And I'm sure some of that comes back to being people culture as well. So it's like a really complex issue, right? Like Asian culture often doesn't believe in mental health, or at least are the generation before me. My parents' generation didn't believe in mental health. It's just like not a thing. But I think that's changing over time. So that's one thing. And then I do think like the belief in mental health, or the acceptance of mental health, is uh, reversely, it is not encouraged, it's discouraged amongst males. Yeah, I do think that that is the case. Yeah, we're just not encouraged to get help ever and figure out our problems on our own. Yeah, and we wonder why so many men are having problems now. You know, one thing, I mean, I was talking to my friend about this the other day. One thing I actually worry about, I don't have any kids, but I worry about my friends that have kids, especially that are boys, right? Um, because we're growing up in a society where men are already being forgotten, and their problems aren't being addressed or heard at all. So what exactly is going to happen, you know, 10, 20 years from now, right? There's no, people are kind of sounding their alarm bells. Like Scott Galloway's doing a really good job of that, in my opinion. There's a couple other like pretty big voices in the space that are bringing those things to the forefront. Um, but even on the presentations that Scott Galloway makes, like he was on MSNBC, he was on other news trial, he was like on The View, he was on this, like you can just see like the people in the audience or the hosts kind of rolling their eyes when he was presenting problems for men. Like he was telling them real statistics that he's like found out for men, and it was always like the arguments seemed to always retreat to, or the commenting after he made his comments would always retreat to, okay, but women also experience this and that. And oh, it's, I find it so aggravating because I don't think one person is ever arguing that women shouldn't have equal rights or help or take away, you know, we should give men more support at the behest of women. I don't think anyone is arguing that, or at least I don't see that, and I'm certainly not arguing for that. Um, but we have a serious issue on our hands. It's become I mean, it's become a nationwide issue. Not only a nationwide issue, but probably like a continent-wide issue now. Yeah, it's quite bad in North America. We were talking about earlier in the conversation. Um, I think Alana Del Rey remembers this, but like some of the self-deletion numbers that are on websites, you can find it yourself. Yeah, it's hasn't gotten better. It's only gotten worse over time. Yeah. So some of that stuff is really, really messed up for sure. Yeah. Hoping to get people more support. Yeah. Without being crucified for it. Yeah. That's, yeah. Yeah. I think some of the fear maybe stems from maybe feminists thinking that if we grant men more help or more rights, that's detracting from women's problems, or eventually that's going to lead to taking away from women's rights, which I don't think is. I don't think that that's like the goal or the mission. I don't think that that's going to happen, at least in my mind. Yeah. So those are some things I think to consider for sure. What else? This group is awfully quiet. The keeping up culture, managing financial envy and comparison. Yeah, keeping up with the Joneses. I think this is a really big thing too. Yeah. You see that quite a bit, especially in the housing market. I think that that's yeah. You see some people making like the biggest financial decision of their lives, just purchasing a house without actually running the numbers if it was like a good investment or not. Actually, there's Ramit Sethi made a good point, but there was another economist that made a really good point as well. It's really, generally speaking, if you're looking at a primary residence as an investment, you're probably looking at it the wrong way. You anyone that would at least hear anyways in the Canadian real estate market, even a couple years ago, I would say like a year and a half ago, if you were buying a house for the sole purpose of making money, you're probably making the wrong decisions, because if you added everything up on paper on how much you were going to spend, you would probably not get your money back. Like there would not be good ROI on it. Maybe if you held it for 10 years and you sold it, yes. But people don't do proper math on that anyways. Like they don't calculate, they don't factor in stuff like property tax costs, closing costs, insurance costs, mortgage servicing, and like the interest portion of it, if you're even lucky enough to pay off the principal of it. Um, Land transfer tax, maintenance of the home, all those things factor in. Yeah. That's not so much to do with men's issues as I guess maybe couples. But yeah, that's people keeping up with the Joneses is I think a lot of reason why. And this isn't Canada specific, as by the way. I've seen this a lot in China as well. There was a huge, 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 actually 70 something percent, I think 72 or 78% of millennials in China own their property. So majority of people my age are homeowners, or that's what they've defaulted to as their main vehicle of putting their nest eggs or whatever, which I suppose is a good thing. Home ownership is never a bad thing, but yeah, some people rush to make a ton of decisions based on oh, the market's going to go up forever, and proof of that happening this year is obviously contradictory based on the numbers that have been published. So we'll see how much worse it gets. But yeah, and this doesn't just go for houses, but cars and lifestyle inflation and stuff like that. There's people that I know that make quite a bit more money than I do, that live paycheck to paycheck because they live a very high flying lifestyle, and yeah, it's they can't afford it. So everything is basically on borrowing or on loan. Yeah, which is obviously not exactly a financially good way to live, but I see that quite a bit. People living beyond their means. I don't know if you guys have experienced that as well. Some people start to make a little bit more money. They think that it's going to consistently be good, and then they just keep trying to keep up with everything else, and they only spend money on that or whatever it is. Yeah. Keeping up culture. Yeah. Keeping up culture. Only exacerbated by social media as well, by the way, everyone. So sometimes when you see someone driving Ferrari and you feel like they've quote unquote made it, you actually don't know that they just rented that Ferrari for the day to take like a photo shoot with it. Yeah. Super famous one is Tai Lopez. If you guys have seen him, he's like pretty infamous on YouTube, or I guess social media in general. He's the guy here in my garage guy. So he has a very, very famous video of him giving financial advice, and here in my garage with my Ferrari or my Lambo. I can't remember which one it was. Yeah. But yeah. Only to find out it was like leased. And that house, I think it wasn't even, I think the story goes that his car was like, that Ferrari wasn't his, and it wasn't rented or leased. He actually just rented the house for the day to basically shoot that like ad, right? Or series or whatever. Yeah, I think it was like discovered when people did a deep dive into like if he was legitimate or not, that he actually didn't own any of that stuff. So be careful what you see online. It's not always true. Thanks. Digital detox, setting boundaries with screens, gaming, social media, work email. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. I find that hard. Work email, especially. I used to answer work emails at like 10 or 11 o'clock at night, especially for client emails. And that made me really good at sales. Like I closed a ton of deals being able to do that, but it was also pretty toxic for my own well-being, It really was. Yeah, I really wouldn't recommend that kind of behavior. Yeah, it just doesn't it doesn't bode well for any kind of work-life balance. And it can be really, really destructive. So I would not do that. I would not recommend that at all. Yeah, there should be a certain time that you put an autoresponder on. And just leave it alone. Yeah. One advice that I can give you guys about work is no matter how hard you work in a single day, you only have 24 hours in a day. Okay, so you can only do so much. Your brain will probably overload because you're a human being. There's just a max capacity that you'll have in order to do your best work or even like do competent work. Eventually, your critical thinking and analytical thinking will just shut down. And science pretty much proves this. So you'll have like major diminishing returns, especially if you try to keep grinding away. And then there will always be work tomorrow. So even if you work yourself to death to the bone, there will always be more work to do tomorrow. It's endless. Yeah, you're on a fucking hamster wheel, right? So it's not for me to say that you shouldn't work hard and you shouldn't try. Like that's not the message that I would like to send out, and hopefully that's not the message that you guys are getting. But it's for me to illustrate that you can't just constantly put yourself to the grindstone. You have to take care of yourself as well. Yeah, and there has to be most importantly, there has to be some kind of boundary. You have to set some kind of boundary for yourself, yeah, between your work and your private life. Yeah, if you keep grinding yourself endlessly, you'll end up in a really bad space. And then the other thing, this is really this is situational depending on the person, but you know, you could make all these sacrifices for a company that doesn't respect you or doesn't reward you or doesn't value the sacrifices that you're making by grinding that hard. And I think we've all been there before. And so if you do that, like what do you really get out of that? You know, you spent 70, 80 hours a week grinding for this company only for them to go their separate ways or be very critical of your work and ask you to do it over because it wasn't satisfactory to their level of satisfaction. For them to even steal your work at times, I've heard some crazy shit of. Actually, I haven't personally experienced this, so that's I guess good for me. But I've definitely encountered some super, super shady people that have passed over other people's work as their own, right? Like submitted subordinates' work as their own to get credit for it. And it's really, it's pretty disgusting. So make sure you work hard, but also take care of yourself. That's, I think, the message that I want to send out to you all. Yeah. Amazing how there's like still 3 people here. I think it's definitely 3 people that I know, but I'm grateful. My mic volume is okay. No one's told me this entire stream whether it's like too loud or too soft or anything. Yeah, hopefully I get some feedback on that. Everyone asleep? Is everyone awake? Are people putting their kids to bed right now? Maybe. Excuse me. Excuse me. Talking about men's rights. I've been, for anyone that's listening, I've been watching this TV show called The Americans. It ended a couple years ago. I watched it before, but I only watched it up to maybe about season 4, and I stopped. But now it's on Disney Plus. It's a great show, by the way. Highly recommend it if you like spy stuff. So the premise of the show is it tracks a family and a typical quote unquote American family. Um, oh, and welcome to people just joined the room. Thank you so much for joining in. We're here to discuss any kind of men's rights or anything problems that are plaguing men. So if you guys have anything, please participate in the chat and ask me any questions you might have. Some people have asked some great questions tonight. Hopefully I've given some feedback to some people. But anyways, I was talking about the show The Americans that came out a couple of years ago. So it tracks a family in the suburbs of, I actually don't know what state they're in. You know, a typical American family with a white picket fence and 2 kids. But they're not Americans. They're actually 2 Russian spies that were planted in America in the 1970s. I don't know. I don't think it's based on a true story, but it's a great show. Super well acted. The storylines are great. So yeah, go check it out. It's on Disney Plus. I'd highly recommend it if you get a chance. Yeah. But welcome whoever joined in. I appreciate your participation. If anyone has a topic or any questions, please shoot them my way. It's hard for me to come up with topic upon topic, but this is supposed to be a safe space for men specifically to talk about stuff, or any females out there that want to talk about things. That's totally okay. But that's the idea. Oh, this is a really good one. Starting over the emotional turmoil of divorce and separation. Yeah, co-parenting is a really, really tough thing. I actually know quite a few people that are going through this. Amazingly enough, like starting over the emotional turmoil of divorce and separation. I don't know how many of you know divorced couples. I probably know like half of the people that I know are married or divorced now. Like literally like 50%. It's kind of crazy. Which might be higher than actually national averages. I think in Canada, I'm in Canada. If I don't know if participants are in here, but national divorce average. National divorce average 5.6 divorces for 1,000 married people in 2020, with about 30 to 40% of marriages expected to end in divorce over a lifetime. Wow. So in a lifetime, almost half, um, though fewer people are marrying overall in the US, 1.8 million divorces, 2020. But these are 2020 statistics. That's a little bit dated. Yeah, these aren't 2025 statistics. So it's a little bit different. Yeah. Yeah, but quite a few people I know are divorced already. And to make it even more complicated and compound on top of that, they have kids. So it's rough. Yeah, it's always messy. Yeah, it's messy for the parents, and it's even messier for the kid. To be honest with you, that's the person, or the, if you have kids, the people that I feel the most sorry for, because they didn't pick this. It wasn't their choice. Yeah, they didn't get up. There's no kid that gets up one day and they're like, "Yeah, I wish my parents were divorced." Like, yay! No, that just doesn't happen. So yeah, it's kind of a rough thing for sure. Yeah, but national divorce statistics. Yeah, 5.6. In Canada, I feel like it's pretty low comparatively speaking. But what's the alarming thing is like 38 to 40% of marriages are going to end in divorce in their lifetime. Yeah, that part is I find quite alarming. Yeah. So even if you quote unquote make it to the end, like you don't actually make it to the end together. You know, you end up going your separate ways. I'm sure there's many reasons for that, but yeah, just interesting to see that that's the case. Yeah, interesting to see that that's the case. Divorce. Let me know in the comments below how many people know a divorced couple. Divorced couples. I think I underestimated. Sorry, I was just going to say, I think I underestimated the difficulties of uh, streaming and actually coming up with like topics ad nauseum to like talk about. I've I've been grateful that I have GPT to help me, but or Gemini, sorry, not GPT. Should give credit where credit's due to which language LLM, but yeah, nonetheless, it's not easy. But thanks so much for people that actually participate in my stream. I'm grateful. Yeah, I don't know how many of you are still on, but I am very grateful for hanging out. And I think some of you appeared through my room, which is super nice of you. So thank you. Yeah, I think for Atlanta, I think for most people, it's just unattainable, especially for Gen Z people, which I feel really bad. I think my friends and myself, we grew up in a generation where at least it was kind of feasible if you were, pretty conservative with your money and all that kind of stuff. But now it's like pretty much financially unattainable. Yeah. And that's really sucks, right? Because I mean, what is a home? A home is just a basic place for you to live, right? You're not looking for anything fancy, it's just a dwelling for yourself. And if you don't even have that availability, then that becomes really, really tough for sure. Yeah. A good reference point. I've talked about him a couple times during this live stream, but Ramit Sethi, he does a really good breakdown on the cost of ownership versus the cost of renting. And I would highly recommend that you guys go check out some of his videos. I mean, this is a very popular topic that he gets asked about all the time. Cost of ownership versus cost of renting. And he's like a multimillionaire, right? So he can afford to buy pretty much any home that he wanted, even if he lived in Manhattan or something like that. But his choice in renting, he rents. He chooses to rent, and he has legitimate reasons for that. So I would recommend you guys go check it out. If you are indeed a renter or someone that is considering renting, it's probably a pretty important message there. Yeah. Yeah, I think it just helps to know too, like where you stand with things, because if you don't, then if you don't know, sorry, you should know where you stand with things if you've actually done the numbers. We were discussing this a little bit earlier, but a lot of people that actually buy their properties don't actually do the numbers. They just keep up with the Joneses, thinking that it's just a race against time. They have to buy, they have to buy, they have to buy. And sometimes that's actually just not the right decision for them. Yeah. 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 Putting your money into assets that actually make you money is way more viable, in my opinion. Well, we actually had two people that stayed till the end. Thank you so much for staying with me on this journey for 4 hours. I'm very grateful. Hopefully, you're not bored to tears. I think I managed to keep some of you entertained for at least a little bit of a period of time. But it was cool that we got a couple of people in this room. Like I actually did not really expect that. I know some of them were probably like my friends and family, definitely. But I think some people were randoms. And so I'm grateful for those people that showed up because they certainly did not have to do that, but they did anyways. So that was cool. I'm grateful for anyone that actually showed up to my live stream, which was cool. Yeah, I hope to. It's And I think the difficulty is like if I don't have anyone participating in the chat, then it becomes a little bit difficult. But the more people that actually give me feedback on whether they agree with me or disagree with me or have follow-up questions to certain things that I say, that's when things get a lot more interesting. We can have like a lot more in-depth, deeper conversation about that. So hopefully, anyone that is here, I will be going live tomorrow at 8 o'clock as well. Just to let you know, I have to schedule something after I end this live stream. So I will be giving you a different URL for advertising the live stream. Just a heads up. Yeah. Two participants, 4 hours. We're 4 hours into this journey. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Houses. Oh man. What are rental prices like in the Philippines, by the way? Yeah, I'm sure they're very expensive in Manila comparatively to other places in the Philippines. I've also heard the traffic is really bad in the Philippines. Like really, really bad. Yeah. Like get like like bad to the point where because I have some friends that are Phil Chai, so they go back to the Philippines quite a bit to visit family, probably like once a year, at least, if not twice a year. And they usually tell me like if their hotel is like here and they need to get to like here, like 2 blocks, it could take like 2 hours by taxi. Like your car might not even move, so it's actually better for you to just get out and walk or take a bicycle. Like that's how bad traffic is sometimes. I don't know if that's true, but yeah, that's what I've been told. I don't know who just joined in the stream. Thanks for joining. We're probably, I think, if you just joined and you're not one of my regular viewers, I guess we're talking about men's issues. So if you have a question that you wanted to ask, please ask it in the chat. I'd be happy to answer it. We've gone through quite a few topics today and dove into some of them. Hopefully you've, many of you were listening before, then hopefully you found something useful. But if you weren't listening before, you can bring up a new topic. Yeah. And this is really, I mean, I don't know if you're one of my friends or if you're just someone that happened to come across my stream, but this is supposed to be a safe space, obviously, for men to participate in, because I don't think there's a lot of safe spaces anymore for men. So yeah, that's why there's a live stream, really. And I think it's probably a necessary thing. Yep. Starting over, the emotional turmoil of divorce and separation. Yeah. Oh, crazy. Yeah. I have a friend or I have an ex-AE in California. This was a couple of years ago, in 2022. He was going through a divorce, really messy divorce, actually. He was suing his, or I think his wife, who was a drug addict, apparently, was suing him for sole custody or joint custody. But because of the laws in California, if your spouse decides to divorce you, apparently, you have to pay for her legal fees. So he had to pay for her legal fees to divorce him, which is nuts if you think about it. That was beyond me. That was crazy. Yeah, he was super stressed at that time because he had to pay for his lawyer. He had to pay for her lawyer that was suing him and divorcing him, divorce court, divorce proceedings, and then he obviously had to pay for his lawyer to defend against her lawyer that he was paying for. So really, really messy situation. I think eventually he did get granted full custody because the courts ruled that she was like an unfit mother. So I guess that's good in that sense because he got his son into a safe environment, which was great. Seemed like a great dad. I never met his kid, but seemed like a great dad. I had the pleasure of meeting him at a company retreat. But yeah, things like that can get super messy, like divorce court. I've known some battles that have gone on for 2 years. Yeah, just going back and forth about assets and stuff like that, and child custody, and yeah, things get super, super messy. Yeah, yeah. It's unfortunate that that's becoming the new normal. Yeah, that's just an unfortunate thing. The new normal, divorce. I know a lot of divorcees in China too, so it's not really just here or America. It's a lot of other places. Yeah, it's not just a singular place. I've met quite a few men and women, so not just one sex. Yeah, kind of nuts how we're dealing with that. And I mean, we can go into this tomorrow, but divorce court typically favors women. Um, I think it's like 70 or 80% of court cases are won by women for divorce. So yeah, predominantly favor women, which is kind of messed up because if it was fair, it should regress to the mean and be 50-50, but it's not. Yeah, which is pretty messed up. Probably shouldn't be the case. We got a minute here before 4 hours, so thank you everyone for joining the stream. I will be on tomorrow at the same time. I'm actually going to schedule a time right after I get off the stream so that I can provide anyone with a link. Thank you so much for obviously participating. I'll try to come back with like better topics for tomorrow and stuff like that, but I hope for more audience participation. I think that's where we're just going to get a lot more uh, lot more in depth to some topics rather than just having a megaphone for myself hearing me speak. But also like people that will just get more help in general, right? Just rather than me talking all the time. So um, yeah, I really appreciate everyone that's tuned in today. And if you have any questions, I mean, please log in tomorrow and talk to me tomorrow about it. Yeah, I'm happy to answer them. Okay, thanks everyone. I need to bid you all farewell because I have an early morning meeting. So I'll set up the stream and then we'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good night. Bye.